there. We'll see. Look at that. We wanted to make sure it worked, so.
I love it.
Okay.
Used it in 25 years. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We use it all the time in the planning commission hearing, so. Anyway, we're going to call the meeting to order at 6 p.m. for December 16, 2024, and we're going to have the flag salute by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Pierce.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we get roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Ashbeck? Here. Councilmember Baskell? Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Councilmember Pierce? Here. And Mayor Moanatua?
Here. Next item is public comments. This is an opportunity for the members of the public to address the City Council on matters that are not within the City Council, that are within the City Council's jurisdiction, but is not listed on the agenda. And so, if anybody has anything to address the council on that is not on the agenda, you can proceed to the podium here. I think we're waiting for air to move forward.
Good evening.
You can state your name.
My name is, I'm on. This is Eric Rollins. I live in Clovis on Ashcroft Avenue. And what I wanted to talk about tonight was the fact that we are a charter city. In Huntington Beach, something important, I think, happened. They decided to go kind of against the government, and I hope you're aware of this story. And they decided that they needed voter ID to assure their voters that votes matter, that they will be counted fairly. And they were sued by the state. A judge has ruled in their favor. So I would suggest that since we are also a charter city, that we should look into that possibility, that charter cities have a different strength and a different kind of relationship to the state, and that should be pursued. I would be happy to talk to any of the council members in private about this at further length, but I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Eric. And I think the staff is currently working to give us alternatives with regards to the charter city. So, anyone else? Okay. I want to state for the record, I think these items are items on the agenda. The notes here for agenda item 6, and 2 for item 6, and 1 for item 14. Okay, with that, we'll close the public comment. We'll move now to the consent calendar. Items considered routine in nature are placed on the consent calendar. So, would the council like to pull any of the items? Okay. Is there anyone here to speak on the consent items 1 through 10?
Vaughn, I will just make a comment on item number 2, but I don't
Okay.
need to pull it. But when there's a motion in a second, I will make a comment.
Okay, seeing no one, we're going to bring it back to the council. What's your pleasure?
Just from a discussion perspective, I just wanted to call out, item number 2 is on the financial statement on the CFD, and the math is totally upside down. And so what I wonder, as we think about the Measure Y, the future of that CFD. I know it's on our list, but the financials tell you why it's on the list. So it may be that it's time to rethink or terminate that or something, but just I wanted to call that out. So having said that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll move now to the presentation and proclamations, and we have one this evening, and it's a presentation of a proclamation honoring City Manager John Holt upon his retirement and commending him for 25 years of service to the Clovis community. And we're going to have Councilmember Basco read the proclamation.
Okay. You want to go stand up front like everybody else? Put you in the hot seat.
You need a pen?
City of Clovis Proclamation honoring John Holt for 25 years of service to the City of Clovis. Whereas Mr. John Holt has dedicated 25 years of exemplary service to the City of Clovis, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to excellence in public service in multiple roles, including city clerk, management analyst, and assistant city manager. And whereas prior to joining the City of Clovis in 2000, Mr. Holt served as financial services manager for the City of Visalia, bringing with him a wealth of experience and expertise in municipal administration. And whereas Mr. Holt is a proud veteran and retired Navy captain, having served 5 years on active duty and 25 years in the reserves, including global assignments and a distinguished tour as a commanding officer in Baghdad, Iraq, from 2008 to 2009, exemplifying courage and leadership in service to his country. And whereas in 2021, Mr. Holt was appointed as city manager by the Clovis City Council, a role in which he has continued to lead with integrity, vision, and a tireless dedication to the betterment of the city. And whereas Mr. Holt was instrumental in several major projects, including the new Clovis Senior Activity Center, a Smith Camp Family Legacy, the William Harry Armstrong Transit Center, Fire Station 6, and the Village Green and Loma Vista community of Clovis, the reconstruction of Fire Station 2, and the Gould Canal Trail in the Helm Ranch community of Clovis, and the passage of Measure Y, an ongoing revenue source to protect the Clovis way of life. And whereas John will enjoy his retirement with his wife Jackie, his 6 children, and 14 grandchildren, spending time with them, traveling, and doting on them. And whereas Mr. Holt's career is a testament to his unwavering commitment to public service, his extraordinary leadership, and his profound impact on the City of Clovis and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clovis City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does recognize and honor John Holt for his outstanding service, leadership, and dedication to our community and our country, and extend heartfelt gratitude for his contributions to the betterment of our city and the enrichment of residents' lives. Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Andy.
Wait, no.
Those are my comments. Andy, do you want me to make my comments first? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm going to keep this brief because I know we have a long agenda tonight. Looking back over the past 25 years, it's truly just flown by. In 2003, I was the youngest department head, and now I'm the oldest. I miss Luke Serpa because he's 6 days older than me, and whenever he was in the room, I could say he's the oldest man in the room. I do miss Luke. I would like to take a minute and thank some of the people who have made my career here so great. First, to the frontline employees and those that support you. You are truly the best. I would put you up against any other city and know you'd come out on top. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with you, alongside you. To our department heads, thank you for your outstanding leadership. You've consistently demonstrated vision, innovation, and teamwork, setting a standard of excellence that makes Clovis the model city that it is. I'll say to my City Council, past and present, thank you for your unwavering commitment to our community. Your leadership has guided us through challenges and helped Clovis achieve so much, all while staying true to the core values of the city. And to the next city manager, where's Andy? Right behind me.
He's left already.
He's always been behind me. I want to thank you for being my number 2 for the past 3 years. It's made my job so much easier. I just wish Andy had an Andy, and we're working on that. Andy is the right person in the right place at the right time. And as a side note, 2025 is lining up to be some significant issues that the council and staff are going to face. So I'm going to ask the council to be gentle on Andy. It's going to be his first year. Finally, I want to thank my family, who are the most important part of my life. To my wife and kids, thank you for your love and support, and for enduring the many birthdays and events I've missed due to the demands of my job. I could not have done this without you. In closing, I would like to thank you for the honor of allowing me to serve you.
Thank you.
John, before you come receive your proclamation, any comments from the council? Go ahead, Drew.
John, I'm going to be brief. Thank you for your service to our nation. Thank you for your service to the city of Clovis. We as a council are really fortunate that we've had a succession of great city managers who make us as a council look good. Because we don't make the trains run on time. That's the city manager's job. And you have done it with aplomb. And we may not ship together again, but hopefully we'll have coffee sometime. Great, good luck.
Any other council members?
Well, I'll add, and I'll also be brief, which is a surprise, and I'm going to reflect on my father, and I will probably cry, but my father was also a Navy captain. And when he met you, he said, good man. So I can't give you anything better than what my father offered about you that day at my front door. So anyway, thank you, John. It's been a pleasure. You're not going very far, and I still have your cell number, so I'll probably still call you when my trash doesn't get picked up. Scott?
I know who to call.
Thank you, John.
I just want to say, congratulations, and it's been a good time working with you over the years. I know we've definitely spent a lot of time talking about problems and figuring out things and working together, and I always knew I could go to you and bring a problem to you and we'd figure something out. So I wish you the best, and I know I'll see you on the golf course or around soon.
Thanks, Matt.
So I think one of the things that, of all of like the learning curve and challenges of coming on as a new city council member, the one thing that I never worried about was if I ask the city manager a question or I forward something to John, that I would have to wait around for an answer or not be able to, get what I needed, the information I needed. And the fact that you were always so responsive and so thorough in it, reaching out to whichever department head needed to be brought in or whatever it might be, that was such a gift with all the other things that, I was working through to become hopefully a good member of this council, knowing that the city manager truly did have a complete umbrella understanding of what was going on in this city. Not only did that help me, but I know that's part of what makes Clovis such a great place to live, work, and play. And you having been at the helm of that for the last 3 years is a testament to just exactly why it is that the people who are the staff members and work at the city of Clovis are what makes the Clovis way of life for all of us to get to enjoy. So thank you so much, not only for the last 3 years of service, but 25 years of service to the city, and of course your service to our country as well.
Thank you. Hey, John, when I first met you, I think you were the clerk, and I came to pick up my nomination papers, and I didn't like you.
Now, this is where you're supposed to say good stuff.
Yeah, but because you were firm. You were firm and you were detailed, and you wanted to follow the procedures set by either the council or whatever the procedures we had. And I've learned to appreciate your firmness and your attention to detail, because after we got on, everything pretty much, every call we get gets turned over to you. And I can only imagine, I get several, but then there's 5 of us, so I don't hear the others. And for you to field all those and to do it, to paying attention and to always follow up with us, saying where it's been. I think the city, meaning its residents, have been blessed to have someone who responded on our behalf and made us look really good. I also wanted to just thank the family, to even Jonathan, I got to know you, but for you allowing your father to serve in the military, and then to serve us for these 25 years, it seems like it goes super fast, but now you get him back, and you get him every day, and seeing how he is such a family man. And when I started hearing that he went always to take care of his mother, I can respect a man who takes care of his mom. you know, even when no one else does and even when it's tough. So I respect you so much for that. And so, anyway, congratulations to you. I think this is well-deserved. And so, come up and get your proclamation. I think we'll get the last photo together. Yeah.
I think there's more back there for him.
There's more gifts.
Yeah. Okay, I think, Andy, we got more, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're
Yes,
gonna
we
get
do.
more presentations from departments and from community members.
So we have, in the tradition that the city, when you retire, you receive a plaque, and Amy Hance, our General Services Director, is going to present that.
Amy, I can't read lips, but I just read yours. I don't have the plaque. Gosh, what an honor. This is quite an honor. I've been up here recently doing this, and I'm really happy to do this again for you, John. Not because you're leaving. All right, so on behalf of your entire staff, our city council, and our community, I'd like to take you through John's history. So John started at the city of Clovis in 2000. Do we all know where we were in 2000? We're all happy we survived Y2K. In 2005, he moved to city clerk. That's where I met you, as city clerk, and he was firm and he was detail-oriented. He then became our assistant city manager in 2009 until 2021, and I was in the back, and I couldn't hear everything you said, but I think you said right man at the right place at the right time, but that was you also for us coming out of COVID. And then as our city manager, January 1st, 2022 to tonight, or, well, the 30th. So congratulations, John.
Good evening, Council and John. Scott Riddell's Public Utilities. So I just want to say, excuse me, it's been a pleasure working for John. He was and is still a tremendous leader, very good delegator, and so really good for a department head like me and staff of having somebody like that. Can also say it was extra special he didn't come from public utilities. And so it was nice having a voice in the room finally for the last 3 years. I love Luke too. So you do always have a standing invitation to the Public Utilities Barbecue in May. So we'd like to see you there. Again, it's been my pleasure, a tremendous opportunity, and I've learned a lot from you, and I'll take a lot as in. It really is kind of not depressing. It's congratulations on you leaving, but I really wish you weren't. Yeah. And we got. You want to open it? Yeah. Oh, he wants to open it.
Well, they named the street after me.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's going to be right next to Gina Frangini Boulevard.
Janet.
Yeah. You got to keep the stickers.
Mayor, City Council, want to present a gift as well. On behalf of Chief Fleming and the Clovis Police Department, we want to present this award to City Manager John Holt for his dedicated service and unwavering support to the police department and to the city. 25 years of leadership, and we truly appreciate you and are going to miss you. Congratulations on your retirement. And the plaque reads, "In grateful appreciation for your support and leadership to the Clovis Police Department." And it has the original patch that we had when he started and our current patch and a whip.
That is nice.
Thank you, John.
That's nice. Yeah.
The shadow box is very nice.
I'll have John hold it because it weighs about 30 pounds. So the department heads and your administration team came together to get that for you because it represents you riding the bull and riding the Bronco and riding everything that we've gone through. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage. You're gonna be missed. I'm gonna miss you dearly. I would love to have John next to me. Appreciate you deeply. To the family, thank you. I know how much he's missed. I know how much he has missed things. So you get him back, but send him over our way every once in a while. Thank you, John. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jonathan for a few words.
Sorry, he's being a little high maintenance tonight. So, hold on. Say congrats, Paga. Say congrats.
Yes.
Good boy. So, Mr. Clovis, as all of the grandkids refer to my dad, you've always had the city of Clovis at the forefront of everything that you do, and that's clearly been reflected in your past 25 years of service that you've done with the city. Hey.
Call Mommy.
Okay, call Mommy. So, a fond memory that I have of my dad is when I was a few years older than him, we would go on Monday nights and drop off the council meeting packets to all the council members, and I fondly and clearly remember the rides around in his car, dropping off the council packets, and it's just a great memory that I have with you, Dad. So I just want to say on behalf of our family that we're proud of you, and we love you so much, and we look forward to this next season of your life and retirement and more time with the family and more time with the grandkids, and we can't wait for it, and we look forward to it, and we're so proud of you and love you so much. So thank you.
Okay, John, since it's your day, let's get the whole family up here, yeah?
Yeah, I'd love that.
Let's get a photo.
And this is probably only about one third of my family.
This is not much.
You weren't here last week. That was a lot. Nothing.
Mayor, make a recommendation that we let John go home tonight. I know he wants to stay for the last meeting, but he's got his family and everything here. I think it'd be fitting to walk out the door and turn it over. Just my thought.
And drop it like it's hot?
Drop it like. Oh.
We're willing.
Then take tomorrow off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, family, for being here to celebrate John. We're going to move now to item 12, and it is consider approval of city manager employment agreement with Andrew Hausler and appointment of Andrew Hausler as city manager effective January 1, 2025. And staff on this is Amy Hans, our General Services Director.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
it's my pleasure to present for your approval the City Manager Employment Agreement for incoming City Manager Andrew Hausler. The agreement is effective January 1st, 2025 for a period of 3 years. The primary terms of compensation and benefits for Mr. Hausler include a beginning monthly salary at step 1 of the current City Manager classification on the city's approved salary schedule of $21,341 per month, the same health and welfare benefits and other benefits and allowances available to executive management employees of the city as approved by the City Council with Resolution 20-121 on September 21st, 2020, which includes the same vacation leave, sick leave, and compensatory time off accrual and use benefit, and 6 months severance compensation if the employment agreement is terminated by the City Council without cause. Upon Council's approval, the contract will be executed and effective January 1st, 2025, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, we're going to open it to the public. Any comments or questions from the public regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll close it and we'll bring it back to the council. What's the desire of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve City Manager Employment Agreement with Andrew Hausler and appointment of Andrew Hausler as City Manager effective January 1st, 2025.
Second. We have a motion, second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, Andy.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll move now to item 13, and this is consider update on the request from Building Industry Association of Fresno Madera Counties Incorporated regarding the City of Clovis major water facilities fees from the August 5th, 2024 council meeting to return within 120 days. We have Andrew Hausler, Assistant City Manager, presenting.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Get arranged here. So a little bit of background. On August 5th, 2024, Council approved a significant increase to the Water Major Facilities Impact Fee. At that time, Council directed staff to continue engagement with stakeholders to review the financing charges in the Water Major Facilities Impact Fee and return within 120 days. It's been a wee bit longer than that, just a few days, but we are back. The BIA had DTA, Public Finance Review, a private firm, review the Water Major Facilities Impact Fee and the inclusion of future municipal bond financing charges and methodologies. Staff did assist in this review. On October 23rd, the city received a letter from the legal counsel representing the BIA. The letter attached the memo prepared by DTA, including several conclusions and recommendations. The city's attorney's office and the city's fiscal consultant, Willdam Financial Services, are nearing completion of the review of the BIA letter. So next steps. Staff plans to return in early 2025 with any recommendations for council to consider regarding the Water Major Facilities Impact Fee and other aspects of the city's Development Impact Fee program. Available for any questions at this time. I'll take those.
Andy, this is up because of that 120 days.
Correct.
That's why it's on the agenda.
Yes.
So there's still more further detail analysis before we get a formal report.
Yeah, our team's reviewing it in earnest and going to be coming back with updates.
Okay. Any questions from the council? Okay, Sina, we'll go ahead and open the public portion. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please do so. If you can state your name for the record.
Darren Rose, President and CEO of the Fresno Madera Building Industry Association. So thank you, Mr. Hausler, for reporting back. That would be how we would characterize it as well. We've had several iterations, attempted meetings and meetings that we've actually done with city staff. We know that our attorneys have been in mutual contact in discussing next steps. So we look forward to your response and hopefully for some type of productive resolution, you know, maybe after the first of the year. That's what it looks like to us right now. So thank you for your diligence on this matter, and we really hope to, you know, continue working and finding a mutual and fair resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the portion, and then, I think you're not really seeking anything from us. We'll just
Just an update at
receive and
this time.
file. Okay. We'll go ahead and move to item 14. This is also a receive and file, but it's information for the second public hearing in city's transition to district-based elections. And we have Brianna Parra presenting, our city clerk.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight's hearing is part of the city's continued commitment to transitioning to district-based elections under Resolution 24-110. This process was initiated after the city received a demand letter on August 26th, alleging that racially polarized voting may exist in our elections. As a proactive step, the City Council adopted Resolution 24-110 on October 7th to initiate the transition to district-based elections, starting with the November 2026 City Council elections. This is the second public hearing in this transition process. The first public hearing was held on November 18th. The purpose of these hearings is to engage the council and community in the districting process and provide opportunities for the public's input on the criteria and creations of district maps. In addition to these hearings, we will be hosting a community workshop on January 9th, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the Clovis Transit Center. This workshop aims to educate the public on the districting process, solicit input on creating voting districts, and provide guidance on using the available mapping tools. Following that is the third public hearing, which is scheduled to be Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. To support us in this transition, we've engaged in an expert, Jeff, from NDC. He will be presenting information on the criteria for creating districts maps and overall process of moving to district-based elections. Jeff?
Hey, good evening again, everyone. It's good to be back. And if you were here on the first presentation, it's essentially a repeat. You will be asked questions later. Okay, so we're moving from an at-large election system for council to a by-district. The California Voting Rights Act was written specifically to encourage by-district elections. Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, the jurisdiction must fail 4 factual tests of the Gingell's test. The California Voting Rights Act actually strikes 2 of those, and it makes it a lot easier for a plaintiff to file a suit where liability is now determined by only the presence of racially polarized voting and the dilution of the protected class's ability to elect or influence the outcome of an election. Well, as far as the impact of the California Voting Rights Act, no jurisdiction has successfully been able to defend a plaintiff's claim on what I said previously. In fact, it has created an extraordinary amount of cost for jurisdictions attempting to fight a CVRA lawsuit. And the figures you see up there on the screen don't take into consideration the resources spent by the jurisdictions just to fight that. This is just from the court's claims that those jurisdictions had to pay out. So as City Clerk was going over the timeline, this is the second of what we call a pre-draft map hearing. Statutory requirement is that we have 2 of these hearings before any maps are drawn. We are going to invite the community to participate throughout this entire process. There are mapping tools that I'll talk about that are on the city's website. It's actually live now, and we actually have a nice new tool for you to use, so you don't have to be shy. The release maps, the draft maps must be released at least 7 days before the next public hearing, and that public hearing will be January 21st of 2025. So the draft maps must be posted to the the city's website by January 14th, and they will. The reason I share this, and I'm kind of going over this part, is we want community involvement. We want the community to draft maps. And we don't want those maps coming to me 7 days before January 21st. We'd like at least 10 days before January 21st. A lot of reasons. Trying to decipher what it is that you're trying to capture in a draft map. But more importantly, if I have questions that I can call you and verify, is this the right street, et cetera, so I can best represent your draft map. We'll do this again on February 11th, and then a final map will be selected on March 4th with the first reading of an ordinance and with adoption on March 11th. That is our plan. So in this process, we must follow particular rules, and we have to follow the federal laws first. And the desire is to create districts, voting districts of equal population. It's difficult to do. You can't get 100% equal population among in this case, 5 or 4 districts, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the courts have allowed a deviation of about 10%. We don't like to even come close to 10%. When I talk about we, I'm talking about National Demographics Corporation. We like to have it at the low, anything below 5%. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and we can have no racial gerrymandering. And then we shift to California's criteria, and they must be in this prioritized order, that the districts must be geographically contiguous, that we do not want to divide neighborhoods or communities of interest, and I'll talk about communities of interest a little bit later. And that's really a key to where we're asking the community to draw. We're going to ask you to draw your neighborhood. Maybe you don't have to draw an entire map, but we're going to talk to you about a tool that we're debuting with the City of Clovis, where you can draw just a neighborhood or a community of interest. And we want to have easily identifiable boundaries, and we want our districts to be compact. The key here is that we shall not adopt election district boundaries for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against any incumbent political candidate or political party. So in order for us to get these districts put together, we must use the census data. And in this case, we have to use the census from the 2020 census gathering. And you can see there's a breakdown of what it looks like for the city of Clovis as it relates to the 2020 census. Now, if council decided to go with 5 districts, each district must contain about 24,092 people, okay? There was mention of possibly going with 4 districts and having an at-large mayor. Well, that increases the size of the 4 districts now, have 30,115 people. That would be the target for the equal population. So when we're looking at, I want to go back one slide here. I thought I could. There I go. When we draw and draft maps and we present maps to council and the community, where they'll be posted on the website, each map will have a table behind it or associated with it. And the table will look very similar to what you see up there. It'll break down total population by district, citizen voting age population by district, et cetera. And when I'm talking about the citizen voting age population, what that means is it is individuals in the city who are eligible to vote. They may not be registered to vote, or they are registered to vote, but that is your citizen voting age population. And that's what we're looking at with respect to voting strength in the districts. So when we're looking at the Latino citizen voting age population, again, they're eligible to vote. They may not be registered. You can see where the concentration of the Latino eligible voters are, and they're concentrated in the center and the southwest portions of the city. We're looking at Asian American citizen voting age population. You can see it's somewhat concentrated in the northeast, north central, and southwest portions of the city. The African American citizen voting age population, there's not really a concentrated area in one part of the city. So when we're looking at helping us define what these districts should be, how do you describe or name the area you live? What are its geographical boundaries, and what neighborhoods are there? And you're going to see out front, there's a little sheet of paper, both in English and Spanish, that's asking you to define your neighborhood or your community's map, okay? It's going to ask for your name and all that, and that's just in case I have a question. It's not going to be posted on a wall or anything like that. It's just so if I have a question and I need clarification, that you'll be able to assist me with that. But, you know, some of the physical boundaries could be, especially here in the Central Valley, we have canals or, you know, railroad tracks or major roads, highways, et cetera. Parks, schools, things like that you can use. So some of the possible neighborhoods we're throwing up here as a teaser. You have the school board trustee area, even though that extends beyond the city of Clovis. The high school attendance areas, again, that would go beyond the city of Clovis, and then zoning types. When we're looking at communities of interest, that is a population that shares a common or economic interest that should be included within a single district for the purposes of its effective and fair representation. And that's the ideal piece. So when we're looking at socioeconomic demographics, you can see that there's a breakdown of the college graduates, the household income, where $75,000 a year or exceeds $75,000 a year, and where do the renters live? What's the concentration of where the renters live in the city of Clovis? So when you're looking at communities of interest, this will give you kind of a bird's eye view of, these are snapshots, again, based on the 2020 census. Socioeconomic demographics, where children under 18 are at home, where a child under 18 are at home, rather. Multifamily housing, and where Spanish is spoken at home. So I talked about tools, and the city clerk talked about a community workshop we're going to have. Essentially, I'm going to do a brief presentation like I'm doing tonight, but the meat and potatoes of that night is to help you draw the districts for the city of Clovis. We have a real simple map drawing tool that you can download from the city's website. It's live now, and where you can just color in those districts that you believe should be the districts for the city. It's kind of hard to see, but there are numbers that are inside those particular areas. So you would have to, you know, maybe get a calculator, or unless you're really a math whiz, and you can do it in your head really well. But that would help you out as far as trying to come up with equal population. Now, if it's over the ideal population for a district, you and I can work together on maybe moving a line, et cetera, to where we're trying to capture the spirit of what you're trying to submit. Then there's a great tool. I love it because it's so darn simple. And I can be challenged at times with technology. I don't even know how to use TikTok. So this is called Dave's Redistricting. Even though we're not redistricting, we're transitioning to districts. That's the title of the website. And it's really simple to use. And there is a tutorial piece that you must follow because you need to copy the template that's there. And then you'll send that into Clovis districts at clovisca.gov. And this is not really a tool where you can draw maps. It's more of an interactive review map to where you'll be able to see all the maps that have been submitted, and you can layer them. You can see the differences on this particular interactive review tool. Again, you can't draw maps from this. It's just an opportunity for you to see what's been submitted and the current structure as we have electing at large. So it's your turn. What you consider your neighborhood? Again, we have papers out there, out in the foyer there that you can use. You can download from the website. And what are your communities of interest? You feel free that you can mention that information during the public hearing component, et cetera. And if there are any questions about the process, et cetera, I'd be happy to support you on those. And you can share your thoughts. There's the website, phone, and the email address specific to this particular project. And Mayor?
Thank you, Dr. Tilton. Any questions for Dr. Tilton or for Brianna? Okay, Councilmember Messenger.
Very nice work. I think our citizens will have a lot of input here. Could you go back? There was it had the three, the federal, the state, and the rules.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This one here. I'm going to get up on my soapbox for just 10 seconds. California prohibition shall not adopt election district boundaries for purposes of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent political candidate or political party. I'm just wondering how the hell we got stuck in with Bakersfield. We got taken out of our metropolitan area and linked with Bakersfield. Great people in Bakersfield. But why did they do that? They specifically did that because of political party. So, what's the old saying, don't tell me about the speck in your eye when you have a stick in your own. And this has nothing to do with you, sir.
Yeah.
I'm just making an angry comment. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else, questions?
Well, since we're making angry comments, this definition of community of interest is the dumbest thing I've ever read. Why you would want to build a map that isolates people that are alike is fundamentally why you probably voted no. And fundamentally, that's just not what builds a community. So I would say, my turn, it's our turn, it's all your turn, but I would say I think districts should have more than one community of interest in each one. To make everyone alike, rich or poor, purple or green, it doesn't matter, but I just find that to be detrimental to building a community. So I would say I'd never thought about this, so you said it for the second time tonight, but one of the criteria I would say is districts must have more than one community of interest in it. Otherwise, we will instantly, as one of our local officials in a city to the west said, we will become as tribal as they are. And that is my biggest fear. So I have other thoughts, but since we're into angry outbursts, I'm going with that one because an effort is a criteria for you. But I think dividing up a city so it's all alike by neighborhood is a terrifically terrible idea. So, that's why.
Go ahead, Matt.
I just want to say that, I'm really not for this anymore, as we talk about districts. I know that we've been kind of forced into this situation, but I really think like this is going way too fast. Like we are pushing, we don't even know if we're going to 5 districts or if we're going to 4 districts and a mayor. We haven't even had that discussion up here. And for us to be going down this road now that it's like, okay, on this month we have to have this, and on the next month we have to have this. And so in a matter of 4 or 5 months, we're supposed to come up with what we think is best for the city when it comes to districts, as well as what the process will be, at some point we probably should have had a discussion about 5 council seats or 4+1 or what that really means before we even got into this part of the process. So, I know we have an itinerary set, but for me personally, now seeing all of this and how it's playing out, I think we're going way too fast. I just think, I'm not for this anymore.
I can defer it's not me. There's a timeline that kicked in, I'm sure you know because of the letter, and I can defer to, council here on that piece. But the 5 districts or 4, I call it 4+1, that doesn't have to be decided tonight. And you can give me direction tonight to include that as a package going forward, or you can say, no, we're just doing 5, or no, we're doing 4+1. That's purely a council direction to give. But it doesn't have to be decided until you do your ordinance.
Right. And I know there's a letter that kicked this into place, and we all, we basically did what we had to say, okay, we're going to make this happen, but, I don't know. Does it cost us a few extra bucks to play this out? I'm at that point now where it's just kind of like, okay, maybe it does cost us a few extra dollars to figure out what we want to do as a city, instead of, jamming this down our throats in 5 months. I'm not saying you, I know.
Yeah, no,
I'm not pointing the finger at you at this at all. I'm just talking about the process in general. We get served a letter by an attorney, and then the more I think about it and I look at the schedule, the next thing you know, we got to be at districts in 5 months on something that's been, 8 years past. So, anyways, this is my thoughts on it.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments?
I'll just echo what my colleagues are saying. From the beginning, I personally was never for this. I think it is unfortunate that a lawyer, as we said before, in his mansion in Malibu can send a letter and force a community that has no interest in pursuing this to essentially be forced into something because of a really, really crappy law out of Sacramento that has absolutely no interest in what's best for our communities. You want to talk about communities of interest. We have created an entire city that is a community of interest, and we have served it incredibly well with 5 at-large council members. Each and every one of us up here are accountable to and have to be responsive to each and every voter in our community. What better way to make sure that everyone is represented than to have all 5 people up here be responsive and accountable to those voters. And so, again, I mean, I fully agree with Councilmember Baskell that as this even unfolds further, it just gets more and more distasteful, because this is absolutely not congruent with who we are in Clovis. And I think Lynn's point about the communities of interest, and one of the things that's so great about Clovis is we're a singular community with a lot of diversity inside that singular community, and this is going to destroy it. But the key that everyone, whether you're in this room, listening online, or anywhere in this state, should understand that the California Voting Rights Act is intended to destroy your community. That's exactly why they want to do it that way, because that destroys the community fabrics. It makes it easier for Sacramento to continue to wrest local control from our city councils and from our county boards of supervisors. And so, I mean, this is a disaster. It is waiting to happen in Clovis, and we essentially have 2 bad options in front of us as I see it. One is to kind of push the envelope and upset the mayor or the Malibu lawyer and potentially put the city and our citizens, on our taxpayers, on the hook for millions and millions of dollars in legal costs. Or we try to have some form of local control over this process and move forward. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of with Matt on this, where, man, I'm not really looking forward to moving forward with this. And I don't know, again, it's 2 bad options, but this is really gross.
I have let me ask my questions before I go on my soapbox. So, but anyway, I just want the staff to see how we can be more proactive in getting the word out. Do it like Measure Y. I think we were so motivated, we got the word out. It seems like this is something in which we are also motivated in getting input, but yet, you know, we can't even fill the room. And I think if the citizens knew, we would get a better sense of, hey, we'll stand with you if you reverse your vote, or we want this, whether if we're going to district, we'll hear something. And so I just challenge our staff, or I guess I would say, get the word out. How do you get us in front of our citizens? How do we start doing something? Because January 9th is just around the corner, and that's sort of a big meeting, and that we're teaching citizens how to use this tool. And if we don't do anything, it'll be less than all the people here, even though more than half the staff. You know, it's no benefit to a city of 130,000 if only 10 people, 20 people show up. So how do we do that? How are we notifying? How are we engaging our community? Because the more people here, I believe that they will stand against what we're trying to do. Second is, I agree with Councilmember Baskell that this is going very fast, and it is going to keep going fast, and it kind of goes against the purpose of the law in that let's try to get more involved. You know, I wish I can be the one who can sue this and say it's racist, because this law hurts my vote. It hurts against a minority, because I used to get votes from all corners of Clovis, from my Hmong community who's voting all for me because they're unintelligent and they all vote the same. That's what the law is saying. But now they're going to tell only a section of the community to allow to vote for me. How racist is that? How much it hurts all my other fellow Hmong people who can't vote for their one Hmong candidate. You see, that's the absurdity of this law, that it thinks we all vote the same, think the same. And so that's why I was against it from the beginning, because this is an intelligent and a community with a lot of intelligent people who can select who is best, meaning in all 5 of us. My next question is, will the data, those data slides, be available to the community? Because I think it's important for them to see those. Instead of just saying, I like my community, no, maybe some people are thinking about demographics. Some people are thinking about all those other things that you had all those maps. How can they also view that? How can they look at that and go, okay, what is the most logical in getting all those data points? Because it can't just be a map where I just draw lines. I need to see the data points, because that's what we will consider in the end, or you as well, because we have to meet all those criteria. So can you answer that?
I believe they're posted to the city's website, these presentations. That'll have those included.
Larger than what these slides are, though.
I can make sure, I can get those to the city clerk.
Yeah, because I think it needs to be bigger than 4 on a page, so that way people can really see, here I am, that's where,
I can have that tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my last recommendation, can we have 5 mayors voted at large?
I'm going to defer to council on that one.
5 mayors voted at large, and so, you'll just be vice mayor, second vice mayor, third vice mayor, and fourth vice mayor.
Are we, as a council, comfortable giving direction to him tonight that we're not interested in a 4 council member, a 4+1, or is that something that we can do without a,
I'm interested in
public
that.
discussion?
I think they're looking for our input as well.
Yeah, I would like to see 4+1, what that is, because I understand the argument of 5, but I also see that one person who is the mayor representing the entire city. No matter what you do when you have 5 representatives, they're always going to be representing their district. So if we rotate the mayorship, you're still responsible to the district. If you're elected mayor, then you're representative of the whole city. That's my thought behind it.
I know I think Sanger has a 2-year mayorship, if I remember correctly. So we had to kind of put that in play. Is it a 4-year mayorship? Is it a 2-year? I mean, I'm not open to it, but since you are, then we need to put that out there.
Well, just to follow back on my 5 mayors, can't you have a 3-district where 2 are voted at large, mayor and mayor pro tem? In other words, how do we get it so the public has more of us? That's not a majority yet, but where we're voted by, in other words, no one's done that. Why don't we do that, where now there's 2 who are voted at large who represent the entire city? At least the 3 of us has a larger portion of the city. So where does that, can we get it to where we get more at-large positions is sort of my question.
Good evening, Mayor. James McCann with the City Attorney's Office. That's an uncertain area. There is a statute that states that the city can go to election districts with 5 districts or 4 with an elected mayor, and that's expressly stated in the law. So to push that and to seek to have 2 of the positions that are elected at large, it would certainly be untested and is not necessarily provided in the law that we're operating under. So it would certainly be a unique approach, but I'm not sure it would be defensible.
Go ahead.
Well, so I think that's a super interesting idea, but maybe it's just 2 at-large council members and 3 by district, and you still could rotate the mayor. I mean, I don't know exactly, or because I think if you did a 2-year thing, then you'd be running for office every 2 years, and that seems like a disaster. So I mean, there could be a variation on what you said, that 2 council members are elected at large and 3 by district. But that's a little bit, the school district got into trouble. I mean, that's why the school district shifted from that at-large to the, I mean, I don't know, but it's an interesting idea.
Right. So under the California Voting Rights Act, by district elections are specifically defined, and anything that is not by district that is defined either in the California Voting Rights Act or that permissible exception for cities where you have 4 districts and 1 mayor that's elected at large. Everything else is considered either at large or hybrid, and you don't have protection under the law from being sued. So if you go to something that is considered a hybrid, it's possible there could continue to be exposure, the same as there is now.
I guess.
Mayor Pro Tem, they rotate every 2 years.
Oh, gosh. I mean, maybe. I think a question, so I guess one question that, just to put out there is, can we change our mind? Maybe we don't want to do this after all, so there's that question. But the second thing that's really bothersome is the data. I mean, I guess we've never really challenged we've talked about it, but the data that Mr. Shankman says is why we are in violation of this act are two cases, two people in 25 years. One, a gentleman who put his name on the ballot, never did anything, not one thing, not one dime, not one campaign, not one meeting, not one debate, not one anything. And the second is a Portuguese person who ran, is not Hispanic, so don't tell me. I mean, so I guess we don't have any evidence. So I feel like when I lay awake at night sometimes, like, did we jump into that with really evidence that's not that strong? So is there any case to be made that you don't have evidence that we're racially polarized voting? You don't have evidence, or is that not a thing? We don't need evidence.
Well,
the state doesn't need evidence.
A couple of things. So racially polarized voting occurs when a specific ethnicity votes in a block for a preferred candidate. So it's not necessarily a candidate that aligns with their ethnicity. So if there is a preference towards a specific candidate, it doesn't have to be of their same ethnicity. So the fact that it was a Portuguese man isn't necessarily indicative that there is or is not racially polarized voting. But the problem is that to challenge anything, you would be doing so in a lawsuit. So you would basically step outside of the safe harbor, and that's where you challenge it. So it's kind of a all or nothing a little bit, but I would probably defer further discussion related to that possibility to a future closed session.
Okay, that's fair.
Good. Just a comment on that though too. That particular gentleman also put police officer on his form. So could you look at that and say, well, 90% of the people support the police in Clovis, so were they voting for him because it said police officer on the candidate as opposed to a last name?
It's possible. It's possible. Again, though, if when you're challenging the evidence, you're challenging it in a lawsuit, and it effectively becomes an expensive dispute between the expert witnesses. So that's kind of that.
I have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And just following up too, I know there's the Huntington Beach lawsuit that's still out there, and they're currently challenging it. I mean, what's to say we don't wait and see what they come up with? There's also legislation being introduced in California regarding this act. So I'm just saying we feel like we're just hurrying into this thing now because we got served a lawsuit, and now it's like, oh crap, now we have to do this. I mean, if we slow it down just a little bit and see how some of these other things play out, is that, I mean, a possibility. I understand it might cost us a few more dollars, but at the same time, the more I'm listening to this, I'm just not real comfortable jumping in and changing the way we do business in 5 months. That's just...
Well, but maybe your suggestion is that's a closed session conversation, and tonight's purpose is to give you feedback on if there were distractions. I mean, right, I guess that's the track we're on at the moment. That's the item that was agendized. So maybe we could just hear from folks that are here and offer whatever 2 cents we might have, and then in a future closed session we could talk about and see what else is happening out there. Does that seem reasonable? I don't want to get us into too much trouble quite yet.
And Scott, is this something we can discuss in closed session?
Absolutely, yeah.
We have this potential litigation.
We have the potential litigation, the threat of litigation.
Yeah, okay. And then, Councilmember Bessenger?
Yeah, I recall having people come in these chambers who were specifically with, when Costco was being built, and there was someone who came in and said that there were endangered species there. And this is to Lynn's point of the study that was done. You can take those numbers and make them any way you want them to make them. I think Twain said there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. They can make these things say anything they want, and it's going to be how big a check we're going to write. And I just not willing to do that with our citizens' money.
And Assistant City Manager, did you have something? Yeah.
Oh, just going to comment that we can plan on a closed session. I'll coordinate with the City Attorney's Office at our next meeting.
Okay. All right. So, any other questions regarding this with our consultant or with Brianna? Okay. This time we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. If you're here to speak on this item, go ahead and address the council. If you can state your name and give your address for the record, we would appreciate that. And as you're coming up, thank you for the ding-dongs. Ho-ho, too.
Well, first of all, I want to take some of my time and agree with Diane about John Holt. A few months ago, I came in to look for some information and asked the city, could I get this? And they had me come down here to pick it up, and John Holt came out of his office. I don't know what he gave up to do, but personally came out and gave me some information. He doesn't know me. He had no idea who I was or what I was going to do, and answered all my questions. So, like Diane, yes, very impressed with you. Congratulations. I'm really heartened to hear what everybody's saying tonight. I gave you a letter a few weeks ago, and you guys are kind of echoing some of that. I just wanted to add, James Madison described our Constitution as the rights of the people are many, the powers of the government are few. And in the Declaration of Independence, the purpose of the government is to secure our rights. This thing is doing exactly the opposite of all of that. The city of Clovis, we've decided not me personally, I wasn't here when we did it, but we've decided that we wanted to have at-large elections. And now we've got the government coming down on us saying you can't do it. And the reason they're giving us is that, well, somehow or another we're racist. But what we're being suggested to do is not solving that. We're not putting Mexicans in here and Hmong in here and blacks over here and so on and making sure he's saying they want even amounts of them. So this doesn't address the purpose of the lawsuit. So anything you can do to throw a wrench in the works, I would completely back up. I kind of think, why don't we write a letter to Elon Musk? If we get enough people, he might come out here and think this is an overreach of government and help us. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
My name is Molly Anala, and I live on Dartmouth here in Clovis, and I agree with the council. I am totally against this districting, and I think the at-large system has made Clovis the jewel that it is. You guys have done a phenomenal job with this city. I am so proud to be a Clovis resident. When I left Fresno because my car was broken into 3 times in 1 year. And I have to say, I moved here over 25 years ago, and knock on wood, my car has never once been broken into in Clovis, and I take great pride in our law enforcement for that because they're very responsive. But Drew had brought up the communities of interest. So just so you know, I was on the redistricting calls for the state, and this came up a lot. You brought that up. So many years ago, Fresno and Clovis were always together. And when I first moved to Fresno, there was a gap between the cities. Now the cities have basically grown into each other. And for newer people, the only way they can tell the difference between the cities is the color of the street signs. Of course, Clovis is brown, Fresno's is green. But what they did with the redistricting is they plucked Clovis off of Fresno, which Fresno and Clovis are communities of interest. We're basically like one giant extension of each other. They plucked us off and stuck us down with Kern County. And I know exactly why they did that, you know, because Clovis is conservative, Kern is conservative, so let's get rid of another seat there. But I think the state uses this term communities of interest in their favor to try to basically gerrymander. So I'm for you guys fighting this, and a question I have for you guys, and I don't know if maybe you need to discuss this in closed session, but is there any way to come up with maps for both the 4-district with an at-large mayor or the 5 districts, and then look at all that together? Or is this Malibu attorney forcing you guys to pick one or the other, and then we proceed from there? And I do agree with Matt about, is there any way to show we are showing good faith by initiating the process? Like, does there have to be a hard line date when this is absolutely has to be finished? Otherwise, he's going to come after us, you know, financially. So it's just some food for thought, but I applaud you guys for, you know, basically echoing the sentiment that the rest of us have. So thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Mr. Tilton, can you answer those two questions first? What is that hardline date, or maybe the attorney, for us, since we've gone down this pathway?
Yeah.
What is that hardline date? And then the other question was, can you still propose two, and we'll make that final decision?
Yeah, I'll answer that one, and he can address the legal piece. Typically, when I've done this in the past, when you have councils that are going either way, 5 or 4+1, the whole package comes to you at every hearing, and you're going to get both sets, and the public sees both sets. They're posted to the city's website, and then that final night, council makes a decision of which map that they want to go with. 5 or 4+1, and then the sequencing that accompanies those, you know, those choices.
And 3+2.
Yeah.
let's tread down that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And then the question with regards to the end date, or that drop dead date.
Yeah. So the drop dead date is April 5th, 2025, and we obtained an extension, 180-day extension. So that is beyond what we had initially had. Normally, you have to complete the process within 135 days. So we obtained an additional extension on that. But if you go beyond that, then you fall outside of the litigation safe harbor. And at that point, even if you are already going through the process, there's nothing to prevent the person who sent the demand letter from moving to an actual lawsuit and instigating that action.
Okay. So is that clear to the public? April 5th is sort of our safe harbor drop dead date. So, okay, go ahead. Okay.
Hi, I'm going to read this because I know we have 3 minutes. Yeah. So if I read it, I'll get
Go ahead and give your name first. Okay.
My name is Kay Roddenberry. As a citizen of Clovis, I am opposed to the plan to district the city. Also, I am here to speak up because we need to get our country back. I think sometimes I'm living in a movie. To start off, just a quick story. It happened during the pandemic. A teacher in Sacramento with students, some having asthma and other breathing problems. Well, the teacher said, you don't have to wear your mask, but if the principal comes in, put them on real quick. And you may take issue with that, but I don't. That teacher was teaching those kids how to deal with tyranny and unjust mandates, and that's what you're dealing with right now. Now the city of Clovis is faced with tyranny and unjust mandates. You're confronted with threats of drawn-out litigation and costly settlements under the California Voting Rights Act. One city lost $30 million. That list of cities, every one of them fought it because they didn't want it. Do we ever listen to the citizens? Yes, now it's a time to target Clovis because the states like to play whack-a-mole. Have you ever played whack-a-mole? Someone sticks up their head to resist something that someone demands and they go whack, whack, whack. It's called a whack-a-mole, and that's what's happening to us. Every council member's vote affects me, so I want to vote for every council member. Districting essentially takes my vote away, and that is election interference, which is actually a crime. Also, we want our city united and working together. They want us divided. They want to tell us where to live, and how to vote. They can vote in any unconstitutional law that they want to impose on us, because we have no money to fight it. We can't take it to the Supreme Court, little Clovis. This is tyranny and extortion. Basically, it's a shakedown. Unfortunately, it works. Another aspect of this is racism. As you know, the Supreme Court has now struck down affirmative action. That was a good move. Why? Because it was based on racism. One example of that is, you know, all the Asian kids, they're smart, they're hardworking, they're just dedicated. They couldn't get into the top colleges because they were overrepresented. Is that the most unfair thing you've ever heard? But that's affirmative action, and I'm so glad that it's gone. Another program based on racism, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now I hear that that's also going by the wayside. But what's happened? We spent $35 billion, not million, $billion on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's stealing from the public. And now they're just going to throw it out like affirmative action.
Kay, if you can wrap up.
Okay, now, I'm almost finished. Now, the California Voting Rights Act, also based on racism and division. I don't have time to tell you, you've already mentioned some of this. My request is back up, then inform the people first, and delay, because I heard we had an election, and the people of this nation did not vote for extortion, tyranny, or racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
Good evening. My name is Eric Rollins. I live on Ashcroft Avenue in Clovis. I've spoken on this issue several times, so you kind of know where I'm going with this. Initially, I was against this. I saw that the council voted for it. I understand why. I think that it was kind of an extortion. Luckily, it provides you a good job. Nonetheless, and I don't resent the fact that you have your job. I don't take it that way. We've got to make the best of this. If this is the route we're going, then we need people to have more of a say. It should be more than me. There was some meetings where I was the only one that spoke on this issue. So I would challenge everybody, just about everybody here is on social media. Could you put something out about this and try to get people to a council meeting? What I would like to see with the mapping is, I love the idea of Lynn's, that we have more than one community of interest within a district. I think that is essential. I would also like to see 5 council members, and my reason for that is because the rotating mayorship will force each one of them to look at the larger portion of the city, not just their district. And I would love to see more people because, while I certainly have an opinion and I like getting my way, I think it would be better for the community if more people showed up and participated in local government. One of the things that makes Clovis special, and shockingly, this is not the only form of government or board that I speak before on a pretty regular basis, is that you're responsive. Every one of the council members are responsive. That is not the case at other levels of government. You're not just responsive, but you're fiscally conservative, and you regularly, along with the Clovis School Board, regularly honor excellence. I don't see that in the same numbers or as regularly in other places. So I don't want to lose what's special. I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else like to address the council?
My name is Stephen Trevino. I live on Bullard Avenue, Clovis. Let me just, 30 seconds, I'll tell a little story. Right there by where I live, if you ever go by where I live, there's a big oak tree. Giant, you can't miss it. There used to be 2 oak trees there. And it was a beautiful oak tree. And there was a piece of wire that went around the tree. And it divided a piece of property before they widened Bullard Avenue. And it was a beautiful tree. And one night, someone, I guess they were drunk, whatever they happened, they crashed into that tree. And so somebody came in here and said, you know what? We need to cut that tree down. And guess what they did? They cut the tree down. Beautiful, one of the oldest trees in Clovis. They tore it down. And I didn't know anything about it. I had never been in here before. And a lot of people don't realize how important it is to come to these meetings. I've told everyone, I've put some things on Facebook. I have a small YouTube channel. I put something on YouTube. Nobody cares. And it's really sad because this is one of the most important issues facing the city. I mean, I don't know what to say. Look, last week this thing was full. Other times I've come in here, this hall is full. This should be full tonight. This is important. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Trevino.
Good evening. My name is Susan Patterson, and I live on Oak. I was raised in Fresno, but I've been in Clovis the last 32 years, and very thankful to be here, thankful for the way of life, thankful for what the community is, and I don't want it to become Fresno. And I'm afraid that's where we're headed with this. And I agree with all the things that you've said, your concerns, and I just am wondering, is it possible that you can consult with Alliance Defending Freedom, ADF, because I think they represented the Temecula School District when they were fighting some of the issues that we were here in Clovis this past year, and could they help fund a fight against this? Just a suggestion.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Susan.
My name is Ann, and the mayor knows that I've jumped ship, at least for this evening, because these are my friends, and I'm backing them. I came to Fresno in 1989, very much against my desires. I come from the coast. My husband drugged me, kicking and screaming. And then I wanted to move into Clovis, but Mr. Bishop called and said, your kids are going to be shuffled all over the place, Mrs. Versola. Are they able to handle this? Well, no. So we moved into Fresno, into an established neighborhood, et cetera, and I'll leave it at that. The reason, sir, you guys didn't send out a letter. I've talked to too many people about this. When you want something known, what do? You don't go to social media. You sit down, you comprise a letter between this and this and this, and say, citizens, beware. This is what's happening to you. I got a letter from the city or county of Fresno about what I'm supposed to put in my green waste. Give me a break. But this districting business is pretty damn ugly. I wish all of you, right now, within the next couple of weeks, go together or separately, but really go through the city of Fresno. If you want to see racial discrimination in its ugliest form, please, please do this. I'm pleading with you to do this. Bang knows we had a long conversation about it. My time is up. I wish you all the best. I just wish something could happen to the gentleman in Malibu.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Judy Steele. I'm a resident of Clovis, and don't throw eggs at me, everybody. I'm not afraid in this. You guys are also great, but I am in support of the districting, and I feel that I need to speak up, even though I'm quaking, because I was, I thought, oh, how can I say this? But I had prepared this wonderful thing to say, and I'll read it, excuse me, after I already told you I'm in favor of it. And I want to thank the city council members and staff for all the work that was put in with the demographer's assistant to set up the dates for pre-draft hearings, the community workshop, draft map hearings, and adoption. I want to hear the input on whether to have, this was on the agenda tonight, whether to have 5 districts and rotating mayors or 4+1, because I'm not sure which I prefer at this point. Maybe drawing up both maps before the decision is made, which was mentioned in tonight's agenda. It might be the best way to go, because it doesn't mean we're going to talk about it tonight, but I was willing to talk about and hear about it. And I also was very impressed with the draft map tools that were provided on the website, and for all the skill level that are, how do I say it? For all, let me see, for all skill levels, because I'm one that's a little challenged on doing some of these, but that Dave's map looked very interesting. And what was the final thing? I would like to echo Council Member Ashbeck's comments at a previous meeting that more PR is needed, which I'm even hearing that from everybody, to get our residents involved. So, I want to thank you, and I want to hope that we talk this out. I thought it was all set. I've seen the lawsuit, and I'm okay with it, because our community is always going to be all right. And if we have districts, a specific person would be able to talk to one person versus all. Right now, I have to send every single one with my comments, but I only get responses maybe from one, and so I'd be okay with it. And I think we're going to be all right, whatever we decide. So thank you for listening to me, and I'm running out of here, not just kidding.
And thank you, Judy. We want to hear from everybody, so that's important.
Planning on speaking, Patty Cassia, resident of Clovis. And there was a couple of things we were thinking of mentioning is like public notice about these issues going on, posting on social media. So besides Facebook, Nextdoor app, et cetera, just to get that public notice out that, this is going on, that people aren't aware of. And also, I know that there are other cities that have been sued and they've fought it, this redistricting, and they've spent, millions of dollars. However, are you communicating with those other cities about what efforts they took? And is there a way to connect with other cities as far as a class action lawsuit or countersuit? Just a thought to work together with other communities and not just, leave us hanging out on our own to try to fight this. But, again, I appreciate all the councilmen and being able to vote for all of you, and be able to communicate with you. And I appreciate all your time and effort in our community, to work with the people. So thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. Any final comments?
Mayor?
This is
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to have Chad McCollum from Communications just kind of give an update of the significant amount of public outreach we have done since the November 18th meeting, the first meeting we had on this.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I feel the same frustration at times that Mr. Trevino and others have expressed when you're trying to get the word out. It's very, very difficult to influence people to get involved. It's something that I've learned over my 6 years doing this, and it's frustrating at times. Just a snapshot of what we did to try to get the word out is on our website. The page has been live with all of the information that you've seen presented tonight. Top of our banner, when you go to cityofclovis.com, it's right at the top with a click, and with one click you can get to all the information. Social media, multiple posts, Facebook, Instagram, even on X, formerly Twitter. And we also sent out a news release which resulted in significant media coverage. Of course, with media coverage, it's not always going to be the positive media coverage you're looking for. There's going to be opinion and there's going to be editorial, but it was absolutely presented, and one news station in particular had the story on rotation for about 36 hours that resulted in quite a few opportunities for viewers to see this. We'll continue to use these same methods, but I think that in hearing the direction from you, Mayor, and the words from our residents tonight, there's some other things we can do. I think repeating the opportunity to maybe meet up with people at coffee shops, trying to get the word out in multiple ways that may be a little more organic, passing out flyers, maybe some old school, pounding the pavement. We're going to keep trying, do what we can. I will say the amount of people that have spoken tonight was significantly higher. I know it's not perfect than in meetings past. We'll continue to do our job and listen to the response that we've heard tonight.
Chad, can I ask you a question really quick?
Yes.
I know it's would be 14 people's full-time job to address all social media platforms, but I see a significant amount of engagement from our community on Nextdoor. What is the city's kind of ability to interact with people on that particular platform?
We have the ability to do so. We can geofence. We can send out messages to the entire city or smaller neighborhoods. We've backed off somewhat on both Nextdoor and X because the engagement either is low or it takes a turn where it's not productive. We can try it, but social media in its worst form is just noise, and it's very difficult to break through the noise. You can post what you'd like people to see, but the comments take it in directions that you don't always wish, and it can be counterproductive as well. But we can try Nextdoor again. There's so many, there's TikTok, there's Snap, there's things that we just haven't gone down that path on to reach maybe a different voice, but we will go back to the drawing board. This is important. I am somewhat heartened by the number of people that are here. You're never going to, and I don't know how many are online, but there's probably not a ton, and these folks have a chance just to sit in their house and listen to it. But what we can do is encourage people as early as tomorrow to come back and listen to the feed, get educated, and be aware of the public meeting that's coming up in January.
Any other questions for Chad regarding just outreach? Thank you very much, Chad.
So, Vaughn, do you want our own input for the demographer? I mean, I think we've danced around 4 versus 5. Do you want any other comments?
No, I think the ultimate decision will be ours, but if we have it now, I think the more direction we can give to the demographer, it'll help them and also allow him to do the work that we want.
I guess the only thing I would add to my earlier point on communities of interest is I would encourage us to think of names for the districts that are more affirmative. So in our community, Southwest has a connotation, Southeast has a connotation, Harlan Ranch has, so I would encourage us to come up with landmarks that are more neutral and don't bring with it that kind of history or this is where rich people live or poor people live or, so I would encourage how we describe the districts is important to try to bring some unity to whatever this turns out to be. And I think in terms of, I'm I'm partial, I think you should do both maps, 4+1 and 5 districts. I think I'm partial to 5 districts, to Mr. Rollins' point about everyone gets a turn. I do think the mayor should rotate annually, not a 2-year stretch. That's the only plus I can see out of districts, is you could just do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and start over again, which I think could be good. But I think that, I don't know how, I can't logistically figure out how to tell someone running a citywide campaign for a campaign that would cost 4 times as much as a district election is a good idea. I can't quite sort that out in my head logistically. So anyway, those would be my comments, but I think the underlying principles that you use to come up with the districts are super important. Cross communities of interest, cross names that are Loma Vista, some more affirmative than the sort of traditional that we use, and I would vote for both maps to start. That's my 2 cents.
Councilman Bessinger?
Even though I'm opposed to the districting model, there's another side, and Lynn actually made me think of this. Running for election is expensive, and having districts would bring the price down significantly, so that people in a grassroots situation who wanted to get out and do the shoe leather and knock on doors, they could win a seat here, instead of having to raise a lot of money to be able to do mailers and radio and all this stuff. So I think we can honestly be upset about having to change, but I think that this could be a good thing too.
Any preference with regards to the 5, 4+1?
I'm more of a 5, but I think there's enough 4+1 here that we should have both, because there might be good folks who have opinions either way.
Any other direction from Councilmember Pierce or Baskin? Okay. Yeah, personally, speaking now for districts, I really feel that our residents have an opportunity to really start to get engaged on a small level, meaning on a district level, and to be able to now effectively get someone in and or get someone out immediately after one election. And that makes it where now we need to be more organized as residents in that district. So it does allow for that, because it is harder to get someone out when it's the whole entire city. And so it allows us to be more localized, more pinpoint in having the districts. I would like to see both maps personally, so that way it's there. On the part with regards to, I don't know what the flavor of the community and of my council members with regards to the 2 at-large. I think Clovis can do it and can do it well, and it's never been tested. At least then we'll have 2 members elected at large, and then we can figure out the details. But that makes it where 2 people are now accountable to the entire city, even though we will have to hold each other accountable to holding each member to think at large instead of thinking at their own district. So that's my comments for now. Okay. Anything else? Okay, this is a receive and file.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor. I mentioned that the mapping tools are live on the city's website now. With council's direction to add the 4+1, it's probably going to take a day or 2 to update those particular tools.
Okay.
So right now there's tools for just 5 trustee areas? Trustees, sorry. Council areas. Can you tell I work with schools too? And so we'll need to adjust that to put a paper tool that's 4+1, or 4 districts rather. And then Dave's redistricting, we'll have to build a template. I'm just saying, please give me 24 hours, and then working with the city clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then our messaging will have to reflect that as well accordingly, so that the public knows. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And next hearing on this is January 9th. That's just right around the corner. It's not really a hearing. I think it's a public outreach, community outreach. And so please share with all your friends, and we will do our best internally to get that message out as well. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 15 for the public hearings. And I will, Scott, you want me to read all of them in? Or just do the heading on top, or should I read it all, or?
You can read just the heading and then refer to items A through E also will be considered. Yeah.
All right. We have, items A through E associated with 37.82 acres of land located at the southeast corner of the North Peach Avenue alignment and Beheimer Avenue. The Young Properties and Gary Yamamoto owners, the Young Properties applicant, Julie Kutka representative, and this includes items A, B, C, D, and E. And staff on this is Marissa Parker with Lily and George. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Overclicked. Okay, so this project is associated with a total of 37.92 acres located south of East Beheimer Avenue between North Minnewawa Avenue and the North Peach alignment. The proposed project site is 36.92 acres, and there is a 1 acre remainder included for annexation. So the annexation is that entire area in blue on the screen, and this annexation is contiguous with our current city limits that are shown in that purple color with the red outline. Currently, the project has a planned land use for medium-high density, which allows single-family development at a density of 7.1 to 20 dwelling units per acre. With this project, the applicant is not proposing any density modifications, so no general plan amendment here, and they are proposing density at 7.2 dwelling units per acre. Currently, the property is zoned AE20 with the Fresno County jurisdiction, but with this application, they are proposing to pre-zone the property to R1 PRD, which is our planned residential development zone district, and this is consistent with our medium-high designation. The applicant is proposing vesting tentative tract map 6482, which consists of 266 lots ranging from 2,090 square feet to 8,434 square feet with an average of 3,682 square feet. This subdivision is not gated. It consists of public streets and 3 outlots, 2 of which are up at the corners, and these are planned to be community corner paseos per the Heritage Grove Master Plan. The design for these gateway features is currently being established through Tract 6343, which came before you a while back, and once that design is established, it will be implemented in these 2 locations as well. The applicant is also proposing a 33,000 square foot park, centrally located within the subdivision, but we'll get into some more details on the park in just a few slides. As it relates to circulation, there are 4 points of ingress and egress proposed, 3 of which are from East Beheimer Avenue to the north, and then there is 1 from North Peach Avenue. They are also proposing 3 future locations of access to any future development that occurs to the south, as that is also planned for single-family residential. Beheimer Avenue is classified as a community boulevard in the Heritage Grove Master Plan. If approved, the applicant will be improving East Beheimer to the city standard for a community boulevard. Peach is classified as a neighborhood boulevard, which is about 89 feet of right-of-way, and North Minnewawa is a thematic street, and on the west side of Minnewawa, the applicant will be installing a trail and a bike path per the plan. For internal circulation, the applicant is proposing 50-foot wide public streets throughout the tract, which allows for parking on both sides, and there are sidewalks throughout the project. With the R1 PRD zoning, a PDP or a plan development permit must also be processed, which allows for some flexibility in development standards, typically setbacks, lot coverage. In this instance, the applicant is proposing 3 different product types: the Discover, Compass, and Freedom. The Discover and Compass lots have the same development standards, and these are the larger lots in the project, whereas the Freedom lots are a bit smaller. So like I said, the Discover and Compass have the same standards, and they make up about 177 of the 266 lots that are proposed, and the Freedom takes up 89, the remaining 89 lots. As you can see here, there are 3 different phases of development, and each of those 3 phases consists of all 3 products. So Discover, Compass, and Freedom can be found in all 3 of the phases. On this screen, you'll see some examples of the proposed models. We have the Discover product on the top, Compass in the middle, and Freedom on the bottom. And then, as I mentioned, that they do have a park. This park is the applicant's proposed amenity for the plan development permit. And since there is that flexibility for development standards, in exchange, the applicant must provide amenities that we don't always see with subdivisions. And these amenities are kind of assessed and evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And with this proposal, the applicant is proposing a larger 33,000 square foot park that is centrally located within the subdivision, just upon entrance from one of the main entry points from Beeheimer Avenue. The park does have quite a large open play and turf area, along with a lot of landscaping and sidewalks surrounding the park as well, which helps for connectivity not only for the residents in the subdivision, but also whenever there's future development to the south, there will also be that connectivity for those residents as well. There are some other features that we don't typically see with neighborhood parks. For example, there are 2 playgrounds proposed, one for children ages 2 to 5 and another for children ages 5 through 12. Concrete seat walls, a shade structure, ping pong tables, many dining or like picnic tables, and then some Adirondack chairs as well. We did take this item to Planning Commission on November 21st. We had 1 individual who spoke in support of the project, and the Planning Commission recommended approval with a 4-0 vote. Not only does this project meet the findings as required by the code for each of its applications, but there are some additional reasons for recommendation, such as there being no modification to the density, that they are providing a mixture of housing types and sizes, and this project is consistent with the general plan and the Heritage Grove planned growth area. With that being said, Planning Commission and staff recommend that the City Council approve each of the entitlements associated with this project. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Yeah, Councilman Messer.
Marissa, I think it might have been slide number 40, talking about setbacks.
Yes.
Oh. It might have been, yeah, the only setback anytime I see a 3-foot setback, I start questioning that. I see corner, street, side, fence back, setback. That's pretty good, because I didn't put it over one eye. 3 feet, where, can you explain what that means? Because I don't know what a corner setback is.
Yeah, so that one is 3 feet, the corner street side setbacks, and then also the corner street side and interior side yard.
You don't have a schematic. I'm always concerned about folks being able to, well, one, it's a fire hazard. I think the fire department has not been pleased with some of that. But what I'm concerned about is mobility for seniors. If, especially, I know they're not, the garbage can side is 5 feet, but if they decide to put it on that side, they're gonna have a heck of a time humping that thing back and forth.
Yes, so the garbage can side does have to be 5 feet and does have to be permanently improved with, you know, a pathway for
Okay.
those. But I do believe we have other projects where the 3-foot side setback is common.
So this is a common,
Yes, with PDPs.
okay. All right, that's all I have, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Lynn.
I want to pretend I'm you.
Good.
No
Yeah, I'll
chance.
give you my question.
I'm gonna do my best, yeah, so a couple things. So I had a setback question, but on this where it says front garage setback, is that the length of the driveway?
Yes.
Okay, so I can still get a car in an 18-foot driveway?
Correct.
More or less.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of comments on this, in no particular order. Relative to this setback, on these very small lots, am I wrong that the front of every house is gonna be kind of in a straight line? It used to be, long ago and far away in a universe that we no longer live in, we would require houses to be offset, right? We would also require streets to have some curve to them, so it's not a cookie cutter effect. And that ship has long sailed. But are the front yard setbacks on these houses virtually identical? So when I look down the street, I'm just gonna see a straight line of concrete?
No, with the design of the homes, so the ones, they all have the 18-foot driveway setback, but the homes themselves, they vary, based on the model and the lot. So, no, you would not see like one line.
So there's some, the front door elevation on that one is in the middle row, so there's some variation.
There is variation, yes.
And we've long given up streets that curve, long ago. It was a good time when streets had curves and there was some interest in neighborhoods, but we don't do that anymore. Is that fair?
That's fair. I think that's, one aspect of planning that we can definitely,
Of density that went away.
revisit again. It does have its challenges because of the density of the product. But I think that's something that we can definitely,
It does do something. When you walk through neighborhoods that don't have that, it is so stark, and there's so much stucco that it just, I think it's fine today, but 25 years from now, I just don't know. Anyway, I've said that before, so there's that. I had a question that I always say this, and I don't think we've made much progress. I think it's super hard to say that amenities are case by case. I think the park is nice. The comment in the staff report is there are public streets and sidewalks. That's not an amenity. That's just a thing. So I think we have got to be more consistent. I think others here tonight will have questions about that as well. What do I get for 2,200 square foot lots? So I just think we have to be clearer, probably useful to the development community, but the famous example of a trash can in a park is not an amenity. It's a trash can. So I think this map has, the park is a good size, and those things I think are important, but I do worry that we don't have any consistency, and I think that you hear developers worry about that sometimes. So I wanted to comment on that. I also think we have to be careful. There's no mix of housing types in here. They're all about the same. So I think we have to be careful trying to use that as a selling point for a map. I think it's a kind of house. It's a mix for our community, but in this neighborhood, it's basically all the same kind of housing. So I feel like we fall on those reasons for approving more than I would like. I also want to talk about traffic on streets like Beheimer. So the street will become a city street, the whole street, or just one side of the street? The whole street?
for Beheimer, it will be, 2/3 of the street will be improved with this project.
So what's 2/3 of the street? Like one lane and, what's 2/3 of a street?
I'll look at that to provide a little more, context on this, but it would definitely be the.
You can do half of a street, but
both
2/3
travel
of a
lanes,
street?
but not the curb and gutter and sidewalk on the north side.
Okay.
So developers typically condition to do their frontage, do the center travel lane, both directions, and then the opposite side of the street will be the developer on the other side of the street's responsibility.
So I want to try to go back to the conversation we had last week with the county. When I said I will never vote for a project that creates more county traffic hazards. This creates more traffic hazards because we don't have a mechanism to ask the county to help us pay for the other side of the street. So tell me how this map doesn't make the traffic on county roads with our residents worse.
So this particular map is actually going above and beyond in our city standards. Typically, when we develop an intersection, a developer isn't responsible for improving the intersection until there's a third corner involved. This map will be conditioned to build out the intersection of Beamheimer and Minnewawa, which was above and beyond what we typically do, and that's because of the level of service that the intersection is already at. So we see that the improvement of the intersection is the only major concern for traffic that this project is bringing to the table, and it is addressing it.
And you feel like the map that the DeYoungs have come forth with account for that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about signage and how we start to incorporate that now as we move forward, because we talked about, I think there was a sign program we talked about a while back, but if we don't start requiring it because of all the trails, we're going to be behind, and now we will never have signage. So they're building a part of a trail. How do we start to go, okay, let's think about it. It's going down to that new park where here's Clovis Avenue, here's the park. So let's start thinking about signage and get it in now. Going, hey, there's Old Town this way, there's the City College, whatever it is. But let's start looking at the signage and going, okay, once you build this section, since you're at a corner, we're going to ask you to put a signage here. And so let's do that. I would like to see that. Second, where in Clovis are there Discover Freedom and Compass homes? Is there a community right now, or are these newer to Clovis?
It is my understanding that these are new to Clovis,
New, okay.
but I can defer to the applicant.
No.
Not Discover. Okay. But
Okay.
Compass and Freedom.
Freedom are
Those are new.
new to, okay, all right. And then with the park, any consideration with potential overflow or parking on the street, how all that, can you just give me your analysis? Because it's going to be a draw, and then people will be, I don't know if it's the better thing or the worst thing to have the park right at the entry, because then will people start to park on the outside, or will they park to go to some function there?
That is a good question. And I see what you mean with it being near the entrance.
Yeah.
There is a good amount of parking around the north, west, and south. However, I will defer that to the applicant if there's some more details on that.
Okay.
There's on-street parking.
Yes, on-street parking is allowed.
Okay. And then I saw that in the park it says turf. So is that new? It won't be grass anymore? So, or am I reading that wrong?
No.
Open.
Yes, it'll be grass.
It will be grass. So what's the turf part then?
Just
because on the
acronym.
bottom corner, bottom right-hand corner also says turf on the bottom. So there's no turf.
There's no turf.
It's all real grass.
All real grass, yes.
Okay, all right. Then that's great. And then last, for the playgrounds, are we requiring shade structures on the playgrounds? I know there's a shade structure for picnic, but on the playgrounds, because it gets hot.
No, we don't, by standard, require shade covers. We work with the developer as they develop their amenities program to propose something before council. So no, to answer your question, is not a standard that we do today.
And I think that's something I would like to start to see more of as well, because I think that with the amenity question, this is when we get the amenity, and if we don't, then once neighbors come back in, we will have to provide it, and it'll be much more difficult to go in afterwards. That's something, I don't know what the rest of my colleagues will say with regards to that, but that was my last question, so thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public portion, and so if you're here to speak on this item, you can approach the podium there and let us know your name and address.
Good evening, Brandon DeYoung with DeYoung Properties. Thank you for having me speak tonight on the project. This is a development that our family has been extremely excited about for nearly 20 years at this point. Generation 2 of home builders in our family bought this before the recession, and so this is a long time coming. We're very excited about this, and we believe this will be a win-win-win for the city of Clovis. As we showed, first of all, staff has done a wonderful job working together with us hand in hand to work through every potential challenge along the way. This is a unique project in that, as you can tell, this is not a gated HOA with certain portions of it. We tried to work very hard to come up with a creative solution. With 266 units, this is a large project, and so trying to make sure that we have multiple product types throughout the whole development, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So that multiple types of buyers and types of families can afford homes in this throughout the entirety of the build-out. That was very important to us, and also to be able to come forward with a project without that added cost of an HOA was important to us as well. Like I said, staff has done a wonderful job working together with us to make that possible. I did want to respectfully disagree with Councilmember Ashbeck. The product types.
Feel free.
Okay, fair enough.
Feel free.
The key difference here is, of course, when you just sort of squint and look at the homes, yeah, they're looking very similar. But the lot size, that's the key difference. Being able to work in our Freedom Series that is about 2,000 to 3,000 square foot lot within a development of other product types majorly changes the cost structure and the home prices that we're able to offer. And that goes to what I was just saying, is being able to offer homes in this community to multiple types of buyers, regardless, or not regardless, but at different segments of affordability. And so that was really critical to us. So that's going to be your key differentiation between the product types, Freedom, Compass, and Discover. Yeah, I'm not sure I have any other comments to make. Staff, I think, has done a wonderful job of laying it all out, but happy to answer any questions, and we can go from there.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So the lot size, Discover and Compass, 22, 23, Discover, minimum lot size, and Freedom, minimum lot size 2,090, right? So you're saying that difference is significant in your world?
Well, Discover is going to be 4,000 minimum, I believe. Yeah, so double.
It doesn't have the average lot size. I'm trying to do this on a laptop. It's really not my thing, but I'm doing my very best. So I'm looking at the minimum.
Discover would be 4,000 minimum.
Okay.
And then Compass is kind of in between, probably closer to Discover, I believe. And then Freedom is that much smaller, more affordable series.
Okay, point taken.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Any questions for Brandon? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go. Okay, go ahead, Mommy.
It's what happens when they don't give me paper and I have to look at this laptop. I can't read ahead.
So I'm not at this meeting for this specifically, but I didn't know that was coming up here. So about the cover structure for the playgrounds, I think that is a great idea. As you all know, the summers here are unbearable. So if there's no shade structure, I have children, that equipment gets screaming hot and it's unusable over the summer. So I think that would be good if you guys did request that they put those canvas sails over because it's easier to do it, like you said, as the structures are being installed or built, then to go in, have the city go in afterwards to install them. And then also I noticed, and maybe you can answer the question for me, how is it zoned prior to getting rezoned? Was it AE? Is that like agricultural?
Yes, it is zoned through the Fresno County zoning,
Okay.
exclusive agriculture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I realize the state forces, you know, all this housing down upon us. And just so you know, my family is an ag. So I think this state is going to, within the next 10 years, kind of come to a point of reckoning, because we're fallowing. When you remove land permanently out of ag, it's gone forever, and those farmers are gone. Nobody's going to be able to come up and go, oh, I'm going to go into farming. It's just not going to happen. So I think, while I realize we do need housing because there is a crisis, it just makes me a little sad for the ag industry, because we keep getting more and more ag land stripped away, and I feel like Clovis is kind of, I don't want to say turning into Fresno, but I prefer like slow growth. But I understand, like Kay was bringing up, the state forces, you know, this housing on us. But I just want to say, you know, I'm glad for people who will be able to have their opportunity to get housing, but there's a part of me that's sad about all the ag land that's leaving the area. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Okay.
Good evening. Bill Smith Camp, 1564 North Middleburg Lane, Clovis. I've known the DeYoungs most of my life. I farmed this property for the last 30 years for the Yamamoto family. This is the best project and the best piece and the best thing for this piece of property. I hear you about ag. This piece of property doesn't have any water. We don't have any water. Ag is my family and the things that we do. We're better off to go to the south and the southeast to farm peaches. But it did grow some fabulous peaches. Toki Yamamoto, a dear friend of mine, and Gary was up during the planning commission, did a great job. So God bless you, the DeYoungs. They've had this money in this property for 25 years? Almost. So anyway, it's going to be a great project, and Clovis needs things like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCann.
Just one more thing to add. There was
Sure.
a discussion about the parks, if I may. Is that
Yes.
there is, in the general plan, a planned park to be, if I'm not mistaken, to the northwest corner of this project, eventually. So just to note, the park within this development wouldn't be the only park accessible in the future. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that was out.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kay.
Very quickly. I am so sad sometimes. I drive past these subdivisions and I see the backyard is like 10 feet. I'm so sad because where do families gather? Where do they have backyard barbecues? There's no backyards for kids to play in. Parents come home from work. They don't have time to take them down to the park. They're not going to do that very often. Kids need backyards, a safe place to play. I was on the Fresno planning when they were doing their new plan for the city. And we had the whole thing laid out for this neighborhood. And I said, well, where are the backyards? And he says, we don't need backyards. This one guy is really a creepy guy. He says, we like kids to come down to the park so we can get to know them. And I thought, you know, that's not what we want. kids need a safe place to play. It doesn't have to be very big, but I'm just here to promote backyard barbecues and kids with a backyard to play in. Thanks.
Thank you, Kay. Any other from the public? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council. What's the desire of the council regarding?
I'll make a motion that we, approve the resolution of the city council adopting the environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for reorganization 311, pre-zone 2024-006, vesting 10 of track map 6482 and plan development permit 2024-002.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion second on the floor. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Make a motion to approve rezone 2024-006, an ordinance of the city council approving a request to pre-zone the properties within the annexation area from the Fresno County AE 20 zone district to the Clovis R1 PRD zone district.
I'll second.
We have motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Need some help on this, Lynn?
I got it. I'm on a roll. Don't stop me. No, I'm just kidding. I make a motion to approve track map 6482, a resolution of the city council approving a vesting 10 of track map for a 266 lot, single-family plan residential development.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? I wanted to ask, with regards to the shade structures, where would it go? And then if the council is in favor of that, I don't know if it goes here in the track map or if it goes into the next one. But
It can be both the track map or the PDP.
Okay. Is that something my fellow council members would like? If we can add it here, or if not, then in the, I got two tries.
Well, so it's a cost, so I think there's a cost. It's not a small cost, and it also adds to the randomness of our algorithm. So if you want to say that from this moment forward, we should require shade structures in our code for parks, I'm all in. I don't necessarily want to put it on the DeYoungs at this point, but I think it's a good idea. Like, I'll trade you 2 chairs for a shade structure, or however that works out, but I know the cost isn't even remote. So that's my only worry. I don't think it's fair to put it in the process at the moment, but I think it's a good idea going forward. But that's just me. So I got the motion to track map. Without that for now, you got one more shot.
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, different. Aye. All right. So I'll do the approval of the PDP 2024-002, a resolution of the City Council approving a plan development permit for a 266-lot, single-family residential development.
I'll second.
Motion and second.
So do you want to try to add that in now, or are you comfortable?
Yeah, you know, I think I'm not in alignment with Councilmember Ashbeck with regards to it being consistent. I do like the ability of the applicants to come in and to work with our staff to go, this is the correct trade-off. And so I do believe that. I like that a lot more. And that's why I'm very comfortable with having a shade structure. I think they're not, probably less expensive than the actual playground equipment themselves. Because I remember when we were still on the planning commission, Marissa was really big on shade structures, and we got those put in on some of the parks. And so I would love to hear what the applicant says, even though we closed the public portion, because I think this is something that
There, as you saw, there are 2 play sets planned. I'm not sure it's necessary for 2, so maybe we compromise and one of those play sets becomes a shaded area near one of the play sets.
I think staff could work it out. I think
we're open to.
I think it's something you could do as the plans go along. If there's a way to make a trade or 2 chairs and a place set for a shade structure. This is why we need some kind of a guideline. But anyway, I'm fine with that if you all want to work that out in the process.
Okay. Fair enough.
Not a garbage can.
No don't try to give up a garbage can or give an extra garbage can.
Those are kind of amenities.
No, they are not amenities.
Without
they're not amenities. Note to self, not amenities. All right. So the motion with the addition to work with staff on the specifics of the play areas to potentially include play structure?
Yes. So, we
You okay with that?
agree with
Second
that? Okay, motion second on that. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And finally, my last hurrah for this one, consider the approval of, reorganization 311, a resolution of the City Council approving application for the annexation of the territory known as the Peach Beeheimer Southeast Reorganization Area.
I'll second.
Okay, motion second, any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. And I do want to state, you know, the applicant in the past, when they built those developments on, by Red Bank, they did not have to put that extra sidewalk to connect that dirt lot, because their residents would have had to walk, and we made that, and they I think it wasn't even in the motion. You guys just did it, and so I wanted to formally acknowledge that. I think, Brandon, you were there, and so thank you for doing that for our residents over at Red Bank. So, all right, thank you. Now we move to item 16. And I would do the same thing. We're going to consider various items associated with approximately 201 acres in the east side of North Minnewawa Avenue between East Beeheimer and Shepherd Avenues. Multiple owners, Lennar Homes applicant, Yamabium Horn Engineering representative, and this is going to include items A, B, C, D, and E as well. And staff on this is Liz Salazar, our assistant planner. Go ahead, Liz.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the introduction to the project. Liz Salazar with Planning and Development Services. Tonight, the proposed project includes the proposed applications of an annexation, a pre-zone, a vesting tentative track map, and a planned development permit. And I will be going over each component of that throughout the presentation. The vesting tentative track map is located on the east side of Minnewawa between Perrin and Shepherd Avenues, as outlined here in orange. The project site is approximately 58.9 acres, with 54.6 of those being the development area for the proposed 385-lot single-family subdivision. Within the project area, approximately 19 of those acres are currently within city limits, and you can see that shaded in purple. The remaining approximately 40 acres are within the proposed annexation boundary that is being considered tonight. On the map here, you can see the proposed track map right there outlined in orange, which is part of the larger annexation boundary. The annexation boundary is approximately 201 acres and is bounded by Minnewawa to the west, Beeheimer to the north, approximately the Enterprise Canal to the east, and Shepherd Avenue to the south. Additionally, within this annexation proposal is track map 6467, which you will consider later this evening. Staff did meet with Fresno County and LAFCO staff to discuss a logical annexation boundary in association with this project. As you just previously considered, track map 6482 was brought into city limits there. And when we met with Fresno County staff, they described the necessity to bring in the full right-of-way of Beeheimer Avenue in order to create that logical boundary. As you can see here on the screen, south of track map 6482 and north of Shepherd would be creating a county island. Typically, the county is not supportive of a creation of a county island. However, through discussions with staff and the projected annexations of this area, Fresno County was acceptable and supportive of these annexation boundaries. That area that you see there is projected to be annexed in the next year following the creation and adoption of a specific plan for this area. And then you can see here through these projected annexations and the current annexations you're hearing tonight, you can see the growth of the planned Heritage Grove area per the general plan. The track map is surrounded by a future single family to the north. We have a planned park to the east. We have existing single family residential to the east and south, and then we have planned commercial to the south of the map and planned residential to the west. As part of the application for the annexation, the project is required to pre-zone the land to City of Clovis zoning designations. Through this, the applicant is proposing for the area in yellow to be pre-zoned to R1 PRD, which is a single-family plan residential development zone district, and then the area in purple is proposed to be PCC, which is Planned Commercial Center. The area in red is C1 Neighborhood Commercial, and then the area in green is proposed as O for Open Space, which is a planned future park. Each of these zoning designations are consistent with the general plan. Going into details for the tract map 6375 is proposed for 385 lots. Which is consistent with the density per the general plan. The density is medium residential, which is between 4.1 and 7 dwelling units per acre, and this project is proposing 7 dwelling units per acre. The project is non-gated, however, will be maintained by an HOA. The project proposes 4 access points, 2 along Mini Wawa, 1 along Clovis, and then 1 along the south to DeWitt Avenue, which will connect to DeWitt Avenue, which is within the adjacent tract map 6050. The project includes both public and private streets.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
In looking at that map, does it show that Mini Wawa will have improvements?
Yeah.
As far as traffic patterns and stuff there?
Yes, the street will be improved.
Traffic lanes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. For the map, it will include both public and private streets. In the area to the south of the map, on the southern portion of the map, you see outlined there in red, these will be the private streets. And then for the streets in the northern portion, including DeWitt Avenue, those will be public streets. For Mini Wawa, this is designated as a thematic street per the Heritage Grove Design Guidelines. So this will be required to be improved and will require a 18-foot parkway between the single-family residential and the right-of-way, which will include both landscaping and sidewalk. And then for Clovis Avenue, that is designated as a community boulevard with the Heritage Grove Design Guidelines and will include a 20-foot parkway between the single-family residential and the right-of-way. And that will also include that landscaping pattern with sidewalks. The project is proposing 3 various product types. The first is the core product, which is going to be on the southwest portion of the map. It'll be 107 units. All of these units will be 2-story. The average lot size is approximately 5,200 square feet, and the average home size is approximately 2,300 square feet. These will be between 4 and 5 bedrooms. And then we have on the northeast portion of the map, we have the proposed Treasures product. This will be 90 units, all of which will be 1-story. The average lot size will be 5,200 square feet, with the average home size being 1,500 square feet. These will include 3 to 4 bedrooms. And then in the southern portion of the map, we have the proposed Wild product, which is a more compact housing product. 188 units in this portion. These will be 2-story with an average lot size of 2,300 square feet, and then that average home size about 2,000 square feet. These ones will be between 3 and 4 bedrooms. Here we have the proposed models for Core, Treasures, and Wild. Here you can see the distinction between each proposed model. Each of them will include architectural embellishments, and the colors will be reviewed through the residential site plan review, reviewed through staff level. I previously brought Lennar's other project a couple of weeks ago where they proposed this newer Wild product, but I just wanted to kind of give that overview again since this is a newer product to Clovis. This Wild product is more compact with alley-loaded homes. So the garages will face the alleys and be accessed through the garages, and then the front elevations of the homes will be facing the interior pedestrian walkways. For those pedestrian walkways, you'll see that they'll be landscaped and include lighting, so they'll be connecting the homes. There are several homes in this map that will be within this map in the wild product that will actually be facing the proposed pocket parks, and then I'll discuss the pocket parks later on in the presentation. With more compact housing projects, staff does have to evaluate and to take into consideration how the trash will be serviced and placed on the street. So staff did work with the applicant, public utilities, and engineering to come up with how we can plan to get the toters serviced. The one concern is that the homes that are within the alleyways, so you'll see here that these homes, they're on the alleyways, and the alleyways are not wide enough for the trash trucks to drive down and service those trash toters. So the solution is that these homes, the arrows just indicate where the homes will pull the trash. So we'll see like these 3 homes here with the blue arrow will be pulling the trash toters right here where the green is, and the green represents where the toters will be serviced. You'll see here that these 3 homes will be pulling to Bloom Avenue, and then similarly in the south, these 3 homes are going to be pulling up to Bloom Avenue, and then these 2 houses are going to be pulling down to this private street here. As I explained earlier in the presentation, all of these streets will be private within the wild product, which we have worked with the applicant. The HOA will maintain no parking on trash days on all the streets that will include the toters to be serviced. So there will be no parking in order to ensure that there's enough space for those toters to be placed. Working with the applicant on this exhibit here, the spacing of the toters was provided, which will provide 3 feet between each toter. So there is sufficient space for the placement of the toters based on this exhibit and working with the applicant.
I have a question on this.
Go ahead.
Is this being used in this model, is it being used currently anyplace else?
Not currently developed. We did recently see this through Track Map 6452 within the Heritage Grove area. They did not have this similar circumstance where the alleys did not have enough space for the trash toters to come down. So this is a unique proposal that we're looking at where we haven't encountered this type of placement for trash toters in Clovis.
Are we aware of any other jurisdiction that has had this particular schematic? I just see this as really problematic.
I'll defer to the applicant to indicate where in Fresno this product has been built previously, but I believe it's a Copper and Willow. Yes, okay. Current project has been built per these specifications.
Specifically, this type where you expect someone to take their toters 3 houses away and put them and bring them back, because that's what we're requiring them to do, right? And our solid waste vehicles won't be able to get down there if there's anything there, and there's no enforcement mechanism because this is a private area, correct?
Private HOA, yes.
I'm wondering what other jurisdictions have had problems with, if there's been problems. So I just see this as human nature being what it is.
Yes.
I see problems. So I'm interested. I'll find out from the developer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Carry on.
One thing to add on the pulling out the toters, we did discuss with engineering. So the maximum space that we're going to be seeing them pull the toters out is not going to exceed 150 feet, which is the same standard for multifamily that they pull, where the trash enclosure is located to the apartments, and is similar for commercial. So it is a standard that is practiced throughout the city, not particularly in this case for single family, but we did look at that standard and elsewhere. For parking on the project, each home is going to provide a 2-car garage. For guest parking, the treasures and core products that are in the northern portion of the map, those will all have driveways and provide guest parking on the driveway. There will also be street parking available in that portion. For the wild product, because it's that more compact product, there won't be any street parking on the alleys, but the applicant is providing a total of 258 guest parkings. 124 of those will be stripe stalls, and then 134 of those will be street parking. The applicant is requesting for a planned development permit. Planned development permits provide for flexibility from the strict application of the development code standards. In this particular case, the applicant is requesting smaller lots, reduced setbacks, and increased lot coverage. One thing to note that in this proposal, the majority of the requested deviations are within that more compact wild product, while the treasures and core are very similar to the development standards of the code. There's much less deviation, and they're more compatible with that.
Can you go back, please?
Yep.
So the area where the garbage can is going to be is a 4-foot setback? Am I reading?
I'll go ahead and highlight it. So here we have, this is the wild product here,
right,
and then we have the interior side setback. So they're going to have a 0-foot and then a 7-foot. So on the 7-foot side, they are going to have the trash toters be stored on that side. And then although there is a 0-foot setback, the homes are not connected because they're separated by the 7-foot patio on each side.
So there'll be, how much for the garbage can?
7 feet.
7, okay.
Yeah.
It didn't say, so I wanted to.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. So in exchange for these requested development standard deviations, the plan development permit does require for an incorporation of a program of amenities. Staff evaluates these amenities on a project-by-project basis and to ensure that a superior residential development is provided for the residents within the project. So this project is proposing 3 pocket parks. So you'll see 2 in the southern within the wild product and then 1 in the northern area. For these pocket parks, it is going to be a total of approximately 56,000 square feet combined. Each of these parks will include picnic tables, while the 2 southern parks will include shade structures and barbecue stations, and then the northern park will include a swing set.
Question on the southern parks. So those will not be private parks, because even though they're private, on the private street there?
Yeah, they won't.
Public can access them.
Yeah, public can access them. That street that's running north and south of the parks is a public street. So this is DeWitt Avenue. That's going to connect to the southern existing single-family residential subdivision. So they will be open to the public.
And then that street that goes in between the wild product, it'll be HOA enforced, so so if someone has an event, then how do we imagine handling that?
We would look at the residents to work with their HOA to manage the closure of the street, but also work with our police department as well with notification of any street closures.
No, with regards to just people parking, though, right? Because it's a private street, and people are going to park closest to whatever that barbecue place is. They're not going to park on the public street. They might start parking inside, and yet it's a private street, and so we're not going to come out to enforce. I'm assuming we're not,
right,
unless they're violating anything. So in other words, how do we manage that? Just thinking about.
Yeah, I'll defer that to the applicant to help me, answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. While evaluating the program of amenities, staff does also take into consideration public benefit for the amenity program. So staff did look within the project and around the project to discuss a community benefit for an amenity. The project site is ideally located to various planned and proposed trails, and then adjacent to the future planned Heritage Grove Community Park. We worked with public utilities to identify an amenity that could provide public benefit in this area, and then we came across the Sunnyside, the proposed Sunnyside Trail, and then the portion that's adjacent to the existing PG&E substation. This portion of the trail is likely not to be developed unless it was through a capital improvement project because the PG&E substation is already developed. Therefore, the applicant is going to be doing a monetary contribution of approximately $95,000 toward the development of that portion of the Sunnyside Trail. So we have seen this same amenity proposal come through with an adjacent track map 6452. So this pot is growing so we can get that portion of the Sunnyside Trail developed. This project was heard at the Planning Commission hearing in November. One neighbor spoke in support. There were no comments of opposition. Staff has not received any comments of opposition since leading up to this meeting tonight. The Planning Commission did vote recommending the City Council approve the entitlements associated with this project, 401. So in conclusion, this visual here is showing the integration and compatibility with the project with the growing area of the Heritage Grove Urban Center. The project is in addition to the mix of housing types. They're providing for within the project and within the Heritage Grove community. The project will improve roadways, pedestrian and bicycle connections. And based on that, staff is recommending, Planning Commission and staff is recommending the City Council approve each component of the project. The project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and the development code. The project will not substantially affect or impact sewer, water, or other public services. So based on the findings for each component of the project stated in the staff report, we are recommending that the council approve the project. This concludes my presentation. I am available for additional questions. The applicant, Leonard, does also have a presentation, so their slides are next, but available for questions.
Any questions right now for Liz and the staff? Go ahead, Matt.
Just a quick question. Does this count towards our housing elements?
Lily.
Yes, so this site specifically actually counts towards our above moderate inventory. So we have plenty of those. No concerns with above moderate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Just a quick question also. Remind me, do we have a sign, your comment on signage earlier was really important. Do we have a sign package for Heritage Grove? Like, will it have different street signs like Loma Vista, different street lights? Do we have such a thing for Heritage Grove? Sorry if I forgot, if we do.
Our design guidelines do have some illustrations of potential design. We do have our own logo for Heritage Grove.
So will that be on the street signs like okay. Sorry, I just wasn't, so street signs, maybe trails?
Yes,
Okay.
we can incorporate that.
And street lights, do we have a different street light pattern in Heritage Grove?
Not necessarily, not specific, not like Loma Vista where we have that lantern. No, nothing specific,
Thanks.
And Mary, if I may add a comment. I wanted to reply back to Councilmember Ashbeck's comment regarding amenities. So I just want to point out that we've heard your concerns, and staff is currently embarking and developing an amenities program. We're even going back a couple of decades to see what we've done with other projects, and we plan to come back before the council and present to you what our findings have presented and seek your direction as to how you want to move forward. So just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Councilman Besser.
I actually have a question for Public Works regarding the solid waste collection here. And I don't know if you can speak to it, George. I guess I'm concerned if our vehicles have to pick up the toters in an alley, that if someone leaves their car parked out there at 7 in the morning, they can't get through, because that's how I'm understanding this. Unless I'm picturing this wrong. What are we going to do? I mean, obviously, if the solid waste vehicle can't pick up the toters, they're gonna go someplace else. And if this is an HOA, we have to wait until the HOA, and that's gonna be kind of my conversation with the developing community. But how does this get resolved? Do we have this current model going anywhere else in our city?
With this specific proposal, not that I'm aware of, to be honest with you. Now, we've been working with, we did work with public utilities with this design, and they had concerns as well. And, they were adamant that their trucks will not be able to go down those alleys that, Liz showed on the screen. Therefore, folks will need to pull their toters out to either Bloom Avenue or to the street there to the south.
Okay. So we're not dependent upon our solid waste vehicles going down those alleys. We're dependent on those people removing their toters to a secondary location and doing it that way?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'll just have questions for Ms. Lennar. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the staff?
I have one more thing to add on that. So for the alleyways here, so these are the internal ones, here. These ones are the 24 feet, so the trash trucks cannot come down these, so these are the ones pulling up. But for the trash cans that are going to be on these streets here, so these ones are 36 feet wide, so the trash trucks can fit down these even if cars were parked. We're requiring that there be no parking just because the frontage of these houses are narrow, and we want to just make sure there's enough space for the toters to fit so that people don't have to put them in front of their garages, because we can see that would be a problem for people exiting and entering, and we want people to use their garages to park. So that's kind of the distinction there. I just wanted to point that out.
I do have a follow-up. Fire vehicles, Fire Chief, was there any concern about the width of these for your fire trucks? I'm assuming everybody got their input, so.
No, with the width, the 24 width, that's above the minimum. Our minimum is 20 feet, so that does give us, this is within the fire code and our municipal code as well.
Okay,
and
so you have no
worst case scenario, somebody's part, we can stretch hoses,
okay,
much like an apartment complex, but
okay, that's
this
why I
has
wanted
been
to know.
approved by fire as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Lynn?
Well, to follow up to the follow-up, I do think this product is just like the last one. I think it's not reasonable to think people are going to park in their garage. And therefore, the residents will park in their driveway. And therefore, the parking, if I go to visit you, I can't park in the driveway. So I just don't see that this, from a parking perspective, the numbers might work out, but in every neighborhood in Clovis, someone is not parking in their garage, no matter how big their garage is or their lot. So I just think I worry about that we're creating this sort of impossible, unlivable space with now you add toters on top of it, because that was not the same in that other product. That was not the case there. So I don't know where, I know, Drew, you started out worried. I'm not sure where you are, but I don't see that this is livable. I just don't see how people can live there. All it's going to take is one neighbor putting their toter in the wrong place, and it's game over. So the rest of this map I'm comfortable with, but I just think that we are creating problems that the city is not in any way able to solve in this particular map. And maybe it lives and works in other communities, but I don't know. The problems that you had in the last map are now elevated here because the toter is on top of it. So I'm very worried about just the human element in this particular part of this project. So for what it's worth.
Any other questions for the staff? Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public portion. I think Lennar will go first because they have a presentation with slides, and so. And then okay. Can you push that?
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Just staring at the screen up there. Brandon Broussard, Umavi and Horn Engineering. Thank you very much for hearing our our project today. It is a continuation of one of the projects we just brought forward a couple weeks ago, and it is a continuation of all of 6200 that we've been doing from Sunnyside all the way over to Clovis Avenue. Been working diligently with the Riccuti family and the elevations and the way it looks and feels. We can go through the slides real quick, and then I can answer some of the questions that you guys had. We are bringing 3 different product types. Same as you can see up on 6452 on the top right. That is the wild product that we did there, and we're bringing it over here. And then the other 2 products are also already being built over on 6200 there, where the parks are and the rest of the subdivisions are. Go ahead. You can just see that we're blending the density. We're building this all at once. So all 3 product types will be offered and built at one time. So there's that market that we're trying to capture 3 difference. I wanted to also point out that we are doing single family or single story on the east half, using that kind of as a buffer because they do back up into the existing housing that's there. And then the wild product is also becoming a buffer for the commercial that would be just south of that. So you also see the green space being buffer between the housing and also the commercial. Go ahead. And then this is kind of the slides of what it looks like of what they're doing out at Heritage right now. This is the same kind of landscaping palette that we'll continue to use and sidewalk patterns and stuff like that, and the structures you can kind of see out there. And if you haven't went out there, it's all coming together pretty nice right now, getting finished up, which is good to see. Go ahead. And then this is kind of pointing out the wild is a little bit different product that's actually been seen in Clovis. It's not that 12 to 14 unit density. It is less dense than that. It is 8. You do have a front yard in it. You're looking at each other. You have the walking paths, so sidewalks are still part of the community to get back and forth or around within it, or to be able to get out to the trails or the parks that's actually across Clovis Avenue. Go ahead. And then these are some of the just, you know, facades that you can see the finishes on them, that what the finish house product will look like. Go ahead. Still showing in the HOA there is an HOA that maintains the landscaping and will be policing the facility. Go ahead. Go ahead. These are all just slides more in detail so you can see the different offsets on the fronts and stuff like that, how the front of the products, the houses will pop out so it's not all one single plane. Go ahead. Okay. So back to the HOA, we do hear what you guys are saying, but these toters have become a long conversation we've had with engineering and public utilities. I know that there has been developments that have put trash enclosures in the development, right? And people walk out to those. I think we're trying to come up with a solution that you can still build this density and still accommodate it, because it's kind of a give and take between the 2 of them. That's why we have the 3 of them going down to one side, so it's not like, you know, if you're on a large lot, you're walking down your driveway. So it's kind of somewhat of a similar feel. The HOA will then enforce also on trash day that you cannot park there. All the roads around this are above minimum, above the city standard for doing it. So if you see that, and we greatly revamped the layout of this from what it originally was because of the trash trucks. We made it so they just had to drive in a nice loop. If you look at the layout of it, we tried to simplify the trash pickup. But still be able to provide this type of product that you can have and have the different tiers in the community. And again, with the parking, I know your issue with that. We are providing a lot of off-site parking or stalls that is above and beyond what the requirement is. We are hearing what you're saying. That's the only way we can really do it, is to add more parking stalls, right? And we try to associate them in a way that it wasn't obtrusive in the design of it, and you still had a nice house if you owned your lot. And for the one road that goes down the middle of it, it was asked by police that it make it private, because they don't want to go out and have to deal with it. So that way our HOA would be enforcing it or there to make sure that people are abiding by whatever the requirements are. So, and I'm here if you have any questions, but we worked hard with Thad and Sean and them and public utilities to get these trash trucks. It is something we're trying to figure out, and we even threw out the idea if we're gonna use centralized, trash cans, right? Do it like an apartment complex, but there is feedback that those aren't working out so well either. So we're open to ideas, and we've tried to work as hard as we could to try and figure out a great solution for it. So, but I'm here for any other questions you have.
Councilman Bessinger, go ahead.
Do you have this model, taking your toter model in another area in metropolitan area?
I can be mistaken, but I believe that not our product, but there's other developers that have already done this, and like I said, they've used like trash enclosures, right?
But we don't have one in Clovis.
Yes.
Would that be accurate? This
Yes,
model?
we don't have this in Clovis yet.
Here's my concern, is you have an HOA that's going to be kind of the tip of the spear on enforcement, but at 7 o'clock in the morning on trash day, and our utilities people get there, and there's a car parked there because he got there at 3 in the morning and forgot to move it. Now the trash truck can't get down there, and nobody gets their stuff picked up. Am I thinking about this wrong?
Yeah, so our roads, even if you are allowed to have cars parked there on both sides and a trash truck, it's just a regular road, same as any other local residential street in Clovis. It is the same width. And we did that on purpose, on the outskirts where the trash trucks will drive. So it's the regular width. We are choosing to say you cannot park there on days of trash because we want to make it easier for the trash trucks to pick it up, to be less of a problem.
Okay, so they can't, the yellow line streets, that's where they can't park on
Correct.
trash day?
Correct. Where the toters would
Who
get.
enforces that?
The HOA. And if the trash truck comes and somebody's parked on the road, they wouldn't pick up their trash cans, but they'd go to the next house and pick up theirs.
Yeah, we see that in our residential neighborhoods where people will park in front of their neighbors' trash cans. Now, their trash can's getting picked up, but my trash can isn't, and I'm not the offender. The way, the HOAs, and we realized we push you guys to the HOAs because it takes stuff off our plate. The other side of the coin is when the HOA isn't able to respond quickly, we end up having to respond for the violent encounter or the big hanging argument between two people. And I'm concerned about that model, having never seen it before, or actually never heard of it before, the take your toters to the street model.
Well, it's any residential road, like you said, that you are now. That's the same model. The only difference in this model is the guy that lives 2 up has to roll it down to the street.
Yeah.
It's the same as a regular residential street now.
I'm also worried about the senior who has to roll it, but that'll be a factor they have to figure out when they buy the house.
Yeah.
Okay. I still have a lot of concerns about it, but you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I had a follow-up with regards to what Councilmember Bessinger just said. So HOA will then enforce, so would you say even the parking for the park? So they're just going to call a tow truck right immediately, or they're still going to call our PD to come out? So I want to know that next step.
Tow truck.
So PD would never be involved?
Yeah, that's
to enforce.
One reason why we made the one road private, so because that was their request.
They notify us after they tow it.
Okay. All right. Once again, with that park area, with the barbecue being at that street, I am very concerned with non-residents coming in and parking. And since it's a regular street, most people would just go, oh, I'll park right up that little U right there. And I either see a lot of cars being towed or a lot of angry residents, and so that I have a concern with that. I don't know what the remedy is, and from our staff to you guys, what can we do with that? And I also am concerned with regards to the toters. And I think Councilmember Ashbeck said, human nature is, it's not gonna make it where I'm gonna bring my trash can every time. And what happens after you tow the car and all that, they're still gonna call public utilities, and we're still gonna have to go back and pick up a second time, a third time, because everyone's gonna say, it wasn't my car. It wasn't my fault. And we're not there to determine whose fault it is, why it didn't get picked up. So we're gonna go no matter what, you see? And so it still doesn't solve that problem. I see that. And it's gonna happen a lot more than Drew's scenario with us in a regular street, because this is 3 homes, potentially. So I don't know if there's a response to it.
Mayor, if maybe an option could be placing signage near the park, to help with potential towing of vehicles. That's just such a suggestion as an option for the council to consider, or the applicant. So.
Yeah, I mean, we can sign it. I mean, it's, like I said, the flip side is you go back to a private gated community, right? And that's what they're doing. Right, and the HOA is enforcing it. It's no different than, we did the one on Woodside over off of Locan. And they're skinnier roads than this, but they're doing the same thing. They have to take them out and do it. Yeah. I mean, between Elevations and Wath and Castano's products, their homes, I mean, when you start getting into 12 units density, what are they doing with their trash? It's the same thing. I mean, if you prefer, we could go to, like I said, trash, where you have centralized trash cans and they gotta walk them out to that. That was done in some of the other products that are already been improved in Clovis. I mean, this is happening in these high-density ones in other spots already, and has happened. We're just trying to come up with a different solution that might work better, because we are hearing the other ones aren't working that well either.
I think an HOA can't be a solution for a layout that's gonna cause a problem from the first moment, because we all know how HOAs work also, either really well or really terrible. So I hear you, and I appreciate you hearing us, but I worry, the design, I think, for me, I can't overcome it by just saying the HOA will take care of it. That puts a whole bunch of power on the HOA that, again, if it goes well, maybe you'll be lucky and have a good HOA board, but if it doesn't go well, no one's gonna call a tow truck when someone's parked. They're gonna call the police department. They're not even going to know to call a tow truck, even if the sign says call a tow truck. So I think the HOA, while viable for some things, is just not going to overcome the human problem caused by this intense one-way in, drag your toter, can't park in the driveway because your garage is full of stuff because the house is, that's what worries me for this part of the map. The rest of the map, I think it makes sense, but I just don't think putting on the HOA is a viable solution. My 2 cents. Sorry.
I hear you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Calloway. I'm with Lennar Homes. Like Brandon was saying, we've gone round and round with city staff on this, trying to come up with the best solution. Like George said a second ago, we don't have a problem putting signs up and even painting, like parking stalls for your toter on those days. Our HOAs will be very proactive and take care of whatever they have to do on this. And I know it's not ideal, but it's what we have to do in this case. Like council member said, that, we're being forced into this kind of situation, and we're trying to work within the parameters of the city, and that's where we're at. And I would like to mention one thing. I watched your county roads workshop, and one of those signals on there is active now. We got it active this week at Shepherd and Sunnyside. And also, this project will be required to build a signal, and I think there's a couple more signals coming from, later on. But thank you for your time, and we appreciate staff's help with getting us here. It's been 3 long years.
Just a really quick question. Will Lennar have someone on the HOA board?
I'm sorry?
Will Lennar have a representative on the HOA board?
Yes, yeah, and initially, until it, you know, it gets over the 60 or 50%. I'm not even sure what the number is.
Okay, thanks.
Just real quickly, I do like your products. I'm
Thank you.
I am concerned about this one specifically, though, because of the density and the...
Yeah, you know, and when we talked to staff, it was brought up that across the street, they're not too happy with the dumpsters because people overfill them.
Right. And then you have people who dump inside those...
Yes.
Illegally.
Yeah. And, so this is what we came up with, and hitting back and forth on the way to notify everybody. And when they buy the home, they'll sign disclosures, and they'll be explained to them, and they'll get it in writing, and they'll sign off on it, that they know that, you know, they can't park their car for certain days. Sorry about that. If I'm yelling, I'm sorry. My hearing aids
No, it's
don't
good.
do me justice in your building and Lamore's building. For some reason, I can't hear anything. Anyways, thank you. I'm here if you need anything else.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion. And either questions or ideas, or if there's a motion from the council.
I would like to hear from the Public Utilities Director on, is this something that, in his professional opinion, is workable for your staff, or should we do something else? No pressure, though.
No pressure. Good evening again. So for public utilities, we aim to please. And so when these developments look for solutions, there are the ones that put in trash enclosures, and we can work with trash enclosures. We can also work with the pull out of the toters. Trash enclosures tend to experience a lot of heavy use, and what happens is the costs start to get in a little higher because the pickups have to happen a lot more often because we can't have trash overflowing. So, you know, it has its issues. With this design, as long as the HOA is making sure everything is clear and those toters are being set out with the appropriate spacing, and there's going to should be 3 of them, the gray, the blue, and the organics, because everybody has to have organics now. So I'm pretty sure staff have gone through the spacing requirements and said, okay, you can put this many toters out. As long as that's happening, we can service those. So if there is cars parked in the way, what we would do is we would contact the HOA. And so we wouldn't service the toters we can't get to. We would allow the HOA to remedy the situation. So if it really becomes, you know, the public utilities doesn't want to take on the burden of trying to pick up the toters when they're not complying with the rules out there, that we would just go back to the HOA, and then they would either start towing or figure out other things. And then if we have to go out there and reservice, we would probably issue some bill to the HOA or whatnot. It would be done through covenants. So there would be covenants that say, hey, each owner knows their obligation of having to move their toters out to the roadway where we could pick them up. And the HOA would be under some sort of covenant. Should be.
So in the worst case scenario, we would have to resurface it and potentially bill the HOA, who would...
Right, because we, you know, unless we could identify whose toter, you know, generally if we have to reservice a resident out in the regular, you know, we know that toter is in front, or they're calling saying, hey, and we can work out those deals. We do have the camera systems now, and so we can tag those areas where we have those issues. But yeah, if there's going to be a common theme of cars parked out there or them not abiding by the rules, then we absolutely would have some sort of recourse to the HOA to make sure that that's not happening.
Okay, thank you.
And you said there would be a covenant on the HOA, or there should be?
There should be both a covenant on the HOA and a covenant on each resident that moves in. So each resident's going to sign a covenant, just like they would do with a perpetual wall, or that they're going to acknowledge that they have to take their garbage toters out to the street, and this is where they go.
And ensuring that that covenant does happen is whose responsibility?
That the covenant
The
gets...
home builder, seller.
That'll be a condition with the city, so, and yeah.
The engineering division.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, in with the HOA, the covenant should address that they're the ultimate responsible party because it's a private development. The HOA represents those, and I'm sure they'll be pretty adamant about towing vehicles and such if the pickups start costing somebody or some entity money.
And Scott, this extra work you do in the city currently, I'm assuming then, meaning the extra work of, hey, you're violating something, our staff can't pick it up, they'll take care of it, they'll call us back, and then we'll go back. I mean, this is going to be...
Day out, yes. It's very common to have problems. And as this city gets smaller and we get more dense, this is not the first time we've kind of addressed these things when we were looking at that in the Loma Vista area, where as we get smaller, we have to come up with solutions to do this. And there may not be somebody would say that the trash enclosure is a better solution, and some would say it's not. To me, it's a half dozen, one or the other. They both have their issues. The trash enclosure does seem to cost the HOA a lot more because of the amount of times that we have to get it. So they plan for something, and then we have to notify them that, that's not working. We have to pick it up quite more often than what they planned for, so that it doesn't overflow.
So ultimately, you're okay?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll pick up the trash.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Any other questions for Scott?
I just have one follow-up.
Yeah.
Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead. Mm-hmm.
These are 3 to 4 bedroom, this particular?
Yeah, for the WOW product, yeah.
Okay. And that's frankly another concern, is eventually these won't be, a percentage won't be owner-occupied. There'll be rentals or 4 dudes going to college. And we're going to have problems with parking. But having said all that, this is the future of how we do things. We just have to mitigate the harm. If public utilities thinks they can work with this, I still have issues.
Diane, did you have a question? Okay. Thank you, Scott. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay. I know this is late in the game, and last time they came in with a blending, I think if they would have blended, it could have been split, put someplace, the wild could have been here, and we wouldn't have this. And I think this is a design nightmare. I agree with Councilmember Ashbeck, where we're going to keep coming back. We're going to keep, and I think if we can prevent it, I just look at it and I go, can't we put some here, and then, it's all there so they can blend the zoning so they can still get all the units, because I think we've allowed that now, but I see it that if it's all here, it's just very difficult. So what's the pleasure of the council with regards to what we have in front of us? There's A, B, C, D, and E.
I'll start, but I'm not going to finish this one. So I'll start, I'll make a motion that, resolution adopting an environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for reorganization 310, pre-zone 2024-005, vesting 10 of track map, and plan development permit 2024-001.
Get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carries.
So I'll take the next one, and then I'll step away. So I will, move for rezone 2024-005, an ordinance of the City Council approving a request to pre-zone property within the annexation area from Fresno County AE 20 Zone District to the Clovis C1, R1, PRD, O, and PCC Zone Districts.
Second.
We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. We're to the track map. Any motions, any direction? You can also motion to deny, so there's also.
Well, I mean, I'll make a motion to deny track map 6375, a resolution approving the vested track map for all the reasons we talked about.
Second. A motion and second on the floor. Any discussion on this? Okay. All those in favor of the denial signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. So the motion to deny carries 4-1 of the, track map.
And before I go one more, is there any advantage, now that I've done that, is there any advantage to continuing those two items from could they bring it back? Could you keep working on it, or would you rather just have an action tonight and be done with it?
What's the, I think we're
I should
pretty.
have asked that.
Staff can continue to work with the applicant if that's what they wish.
What does the applicant choose in this case?
Can you turn on your microphone? Yeah, we would like to work with you to try to.
Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want a denial.
I didn't think you did, but I just wanted I wanted to at least ask.
So if we deny, if we're denied, we can't come back for how long?
There is a provision for a 1-year wait unless there's substantial, I think, modification to it.
Correct.
So I would suggest, if the council's so inclined, you could waive that 1-year requirement. I don't know that we don't have a set number of what the modification is. I think it's really staff's call as to whether or not it's been significantly modified enough to allow it to come back within that 1-year period.
And I'm hearing that you probably want to go back and allow
I should have thought about that earlier.
first vote to just be continued, the C, D, and potentially E.
Yeah, I'm
sort
okay,
of-
yeah. I mean, yes. I mean,
I don't know
if you'd like to, I mean, the first one failed, so the second one may fail as well, 4-1. So if you'd rather have a,
Continue.
waive the 1 year, come back sooner if you could work with staff, that's the same thing as a continuance.
What is the reason for denial?
Well, for me, I just think it's a use way too intense for the property. And I think all the reasons that I've said, I think it's an unlivable project, the wild area, so to speak. The rest of it I think is fine, but I just think we are building in future problems the minute those people get the keys. So I'm not satisfied with the intensity of the use on the project. So there's nothing, toters and parking and all the things that I've said last time and this time. That's for me. That's just me.
So, Councilmember Basco, go ahead, yeah.
I was gonna say, for me, it's, the parking issue itself.
Yeah.
In that every project that I've had to deal with in the past where, we try and enforce through an HOA or say, don't park on the street this day, it doesn't work. It always ends up being a bigger nightmare, than what we want. And I think for me, that's the big issue. I don't, as far as the houses go and all that kind of stuff, I'm good. I think we just gotta find some sort of a resolution there with the toters and the parking. 'Cause it'll start off fine the first 3 or 4 months, and then it just goes downhill, and the HOA starts calling the PD and wanting to set meetings, and, not to associate you with another project, but my experience in dealing with the other projects, it was a complete nightmare, for the police department and stuff having to do that.
Okay.
And for me, I would love to have the ability, if you could say, we have one in Lemoore, here it is located, so I can go kick the tires and take a look at it, because after I physically look at an operating model, I might go, oh, okay, I can deal with this, but I have the same concerns that at least two of the other council members have.
So it's still a no?
No with a
I think I got to three in that conversation.
Sure.
But if you want, we can deny it, and we can waive the 1 year, come back sooner, and you can continue to work with staff if that's your choice on just this project. Do that?
Yeah.
Or we can
Is that the
continue
same
it.
as continuance?
The same 6 to 1, really.
So how can you continue half of it, though? I mean,
We continue those two items,
Yeah.
the map and the, plan development.
then we'll just continue the rest of it.
You want to continue rather
And
than,
we'll work with staff
okay.
on the denial.
So
So
do we wanna, Scott, can we undo C
No, you're
after
not
a
gonna
vote?
undo A and B. So you've already approved
A and B
the
and
CEQA.
C.
You've already approved the pre-zone.
Yeah,
So all you're, I guess, suggesting is wait on the map. The PDP can't come anyways until the map's done, so the PDP automatically goes away. And then the last item is the annexation, which we can't proceed with anyways unless we have an approved project.
yeah.
So you're not gonna go to LAFCO with an annexation if there's no track map already approved. So it is
Correct.
not inconsistent to approve items A and B, which you already have, and wait on the other three items.
But we
With
voted
the
on
direct-
We
4-1
already
for
voted on
C,
C.
though. So can
Correct,
we
but nevertheless,
rescind?
I mean, if the council's inclined to allow them to come back within a year, which it sounds like you are, assuming that there is an amendment, a significant or substantial modification to the track map to allow it to be heard within that 1 year, that's fine.
Okay.
So we should leave
So-
C as an action, because we already voted on C.
It's fine to leave C as an action. It really doesn't make a difference.
That's what I thought.
Because you don't have to consider items D and E tonight. With C not going forward, whether or
Oh,
not
I
it
see what you're saying.
technically was denied or you continue it, you can't even consider D and E anyways unless C is approved, so.
Okay.
And
So do we need to modify that action on C to waive the 1 year, or?
It's fine to include that right now with just direction. I mean, that's the
Okay.
way that's the way the code already reads. I guess it's clear that it needs to be some sort of modification to the project that was denied. They can't just come back 2 months later with the same project and take another shot with it. They have to modify it in some manner. I guess the code doesn't speak to the level of modification. That's usually left to staff and my office to say, okay, is it substantial enough to bring it back to council? Is it a new proposal or something modified from the last proposal that was denied?
Is that clear on the council? We're good with that? And then staff, George, are you clear?
And
Okay.
yes, Mayor, and Scott, I'll look for your, direction on this too. But if council is going to keep the action on item C, staff, is requesting that the council, cite the findings for that denial, just for the record. Scott?
Yeah, so if you'll, I mean, I guess, so two things. So we could, it's item page, George, correct me, 1923 of the staff report? Or
I'm
the
looking
council
right-
packet?
I'm looking
Are the
right now.
required findings for the track map? I was jotting down notes based on council's comments of what it would be that would be the findings that cannot be made by the council to support the denial of the track map.
Page 1894.
Okay.
19 what?
Well,
I'm sure Ms.
I've heard a
Paper-
couple, so is it
1894?
1894? Okay, those are the findings there. Okay. So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And just based on staff's hearing the council on the concerns, it looks like it might be, finding number 8, but I'll look at the council to make that finding.
So I'll take a shot.
Okay. Are we?
Do you want it as a motion, or what do you want for the findings?
Are we
to
just
call them
adding
out?
these in? Because it's already been a 4-1 denial, so are we just trying to find the actual ones to qualify it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
He says that we can't undo it. So I think what I would say is, and the reason for the denial is, finding number 2, that the site is physically suitable for the proposed type and density. I do not think so. Three, I think, is we're not gonna injure fish as humans. Number four, the design is not likely to cause serious public health or safety problems. I think that's, not true. Probably won't affect easements. Don't think it's gonna have to do sewer.
And Scott, we can't just continue it in reverse, so that way it's easier?
If you wish to reconsider, I guess,
Yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that. If
Okay.
whoever made the motion
maker
wants
is
to,
willing
wants to reverse it all,
Because
that's fine. I think that sounds like it
So
would
that
be
way we're
easier if that's the way you
continuing,
want to go.
they can.
I'll put a new motion on the table that we withdraw the approval of item C, right?
Whoever, yeah,
I was the
whoever,
motion maker.
And then second, Drew, okay.
okay.
And then do we formally vote? Scott, we're good, right?
I have it all worked
No,
out.
then you go, yeah,
Okay.
ask for the vote.
All in favor of rescinding the vote for item C, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay. Now the motion will just be to continue CDE?
CDE,
Okay.
sounds like,
So
yeah.
moved.
We have a motion to continue?
Yeah.
Date uncertain, okay. And we have a second, Drew?
We already have that.
Yeah, we have a motion. Okay, motion second. All in favor in continuing item C, D, and E to a date uncertain, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Sir,
Yes.
do you guys, Juan, can I-
Go ahead.
I think you're close. It's just that we have concerns about the livability of that and our role in mitigating potential problems that are gonna end up at in our plate eventually. So, and I would love to see an area where this is working, and if it's within the valley, I'll go drive it and take a look at it.
And Brandon, you clear? You had a question for us?
Yeah, no, I had a quick question just for clarity of it, because like we're at 8 units to an acre is our density that we're building, which is per the general plan. Saying that it's too dense, are we not allowed to do 10 to 12 units per the acre? I guess it's hard to say, where do you go from? You just want us to reduce the number of houses? That's where I'm not clear on.
Whatever you need to do to resolve the issue with regards to that design, the parking issues, and the trash pickup, I think that we're gonna leave to you guys to kind of figure that out with our staff, because.
So the density that we're following per the general plan, you're good with that, or I
Yeah.
may be misunderstanding?
I think, yeah, go ahead.
No, I think, yes, that's fine, and the expression of that density on that piece of rectangular property is the concern. The density is not the concern, it's the expression of how it laid out or doesn't on that property. So if you had fewer houses on that lot, you wouldn't have to drag your toter out, you'd have more parking, streets could be wider, but that's not how it pencils out for you, I understand that. So I think that's a challenge with staff, to try to sort out what else there might be.
Councilmember Pierce?
From what I'm hearing, so I personally don't have a problem. I don't feel like I need to get involved in people making their own choices about what kind of lifestyle they want. I think, for some people that's quite livable. And when you have fronts of your house facing everybody, I think it creates a more community style, and so people are probably going to be a little more working together to sort out any issues that might be there. But I do think that ultimately the problem with this specific portion versus the other wild product that we saw a couple weeks ago is clearly just the alleyways between the garages where the trash trucks can't get through. Because if that issue got solved and the trash trucks could pick up the garbage in the alleyways, then we don't have the toters on the street and we don't have to worry about parking on the street. So it seems to me like if there was a fix for that specific thing, it would alleviate all of the concerns. But again, I think people taking a toter 1 or 2 houses away probably isn't the biggest concern, and they can make that decision when they move there. But that's kind of what it sounds like to me is the kind of critical point here, if that was an issue that you could work out.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank
and
you.
then staff, we're clear, so we're good. Okay, thank you, Liz and staff. Okay. This item is done?
Is it closed open forum? I just wanted to.
Yeah, this was, are you a staff member? I don't, is he a staff member? Okay, firefighter? Okay. We're going to go ahead and move to item 17 now, and this one is consider various items associated with 14.57 acres of land located on the south side of East Perrin Avenue between North Minnewawa Avenue and west of the North Clovis Avenue alignment. David Williams, John and Tricia Zimmerer, Merrill Michael, Misha K. White Miller, and John Carisu owners. Bonadelli Homes applicant, Scott Harbor representative, and this involves items A, B, and C. And the staff on this is Marissa Parker.
Hello again. I'm happy to be back to talk to you about this project. It is located on about 14.57 acres, located south of Perrin Avenue between Minnewawa and the future extension of Clovis Avenue. This is also located within our Heritage Grove growth area in close proximity to the other two projects that you've heard tonight. So this project was mentioned by Liz. This is included in that annexation for the project you just heard, Reorganization 310. So tonight you could approve this project. However, it will not move forward due to their project being part of that annexation, which can't move forward until that map is sorted out. So just keep that in mind. So just informational purposes, it is part of that annexation. Currently, this property has a planned land use of two different uses. The first being medium for about a little bit less than 5 of those acres, and then medium high for the remaining 10 acres. We do have provisions in our general plan that does allow this, and they would be able to build up to 233 lots on these about 14 acres, which would be a max density of 15.9 dwelling units per acre. However, they are proposing density at 11.6 dwelling units per acre, which equates to 162 lots. Right now, the property is zoned AE20 through Fresno County, and the proposed pre-zoning would be R1 PRD as well. The zoning is also through the project that you heard before. So it is in conjunction with that annexation. So if approved, it would be R1 PRD, which is consistent with our medium and medium-high designations. They are proposing vesting tentative tract map 6467, which consists of 102 lots ranging from about 2,200 square feet to just under 3,000 square feet, on average about 2,364 square feet. It is important to note that this is a gated subdivision with private streets throughout. And then there are a few amenities as well. So at the corner of Perrin and Clovis, a community corner paseo is required there as well per the Heritage Grove Master Plan. So same applies from before regarding the design. And then they are proposing 2 parks. And we will get into the details of the parks in a few slides also. For circulation, there are 2 points of ingress and egress, one off of Perrin Avenue and one off of Minnewawa. As I mentioned, these are also the gated locations. And then Perrin Avenue is designated as a neighborhood boulevard, so the applicant will be improving Perrin to those standards. Minnewawa is classified as that thematic street again, and then Clovis Avenue will be built out as a community boulevard per the plan. And then as I mentioned before, there is an internal network of private streets throughout, and these do exceed our city standards for private streets, so they do allow for parking on both sides. And then similar to the other projects, we do have our planned development permit that does have some reductions in our setbacks and other development standards. We only have one product proposed with this project, which is the Harvest product, and that makes up all of the 162 lots within the subdivision. And then here are some examples of the proposed models for this subdivision. And then for the PDP, for the amenities, a component of that are two parks that are located at both ends of the subdivision, and each of them have some unique characteristics. The first park does include a pickleball court, and this park is located nearest to the Perrin entrance, and I don't think we have other neighborhood parks with pickleball courts, so I just wanted to bring that up. And then the other park that is closest to Minnewawa does include a pool. Both parks include some grassy turf areas, and then the park with the pool does have a recreation center, fitness room, and covered dining components as well. And then on the screen here, you will see some concepts of what that pool design could look like. This is from another project by the same developer in a nearby jurisdiction. So this is kind of the vision and the intent that they are going for here. And then in addition to the two parks, staff has evaluated the PDP and the amenities and has determined that an off-site amenity is required as well. And the applicant will also be contributing about $40,000 to the North Sunnyside Trail that is adjacent to the PG&E substation. So as you can see here, the proximity between the project and that portion of the trail. And then this item was heard by the Planning Commission on November 21st. There was a bit of discussion, including the lot sizes, and then there being no sidewalks throughout since they are private streets. But ultimately, the Planning Commission did recommend approval with a 3-1 vote of the project. So some other reasons for recommendation, although there's only one product within this tract, it does, with the other projects that we've seen in Heritage Grove, there is a variety between this one and other projects that we have in the area, and it is consistent with our general plan and the Heritage Grove planned growth area. So with that being said, both the Planning Commission and staff recommend that the City Council approve each of the components of this project. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and then the developer does have their own slides as well.
Let me see if there are questions for staff first. George, go ahead.
Yes, if I may. So on this project, I just want to point out that the council may take action on these 3 items, but I want the applicant to be aware that since the council continued the prior 3 items, including the annexation, if council approves this project tonight, this is as far as Bonadali will be able to move forward on this project until the annexation is brought back before you and gets considered and approved.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and allow the applicant to present his slides.
Good evening, John Bonadelli with Bonadelli Neighborhoods. First and foremost, I wanted to thank the staff. It's been over a year in the making with this project, and I appreciate all the hard work that they've put forth on this and their recommendation of approval, along with the Planning Commission and their recommendation of approval. Our company's built in Loma Vista for the last near decade now. We are concluding our Grove and Wisteria projects in early 2025. So when the opportunity came up to potentially build in Heritage Grove, we were really excited to continue to be a Clovis home builder. This is our Legacy Series project. We've built this product series over 800 houses throughout the Central Valley. In Clovis, this was built behind the Sierra Vista Mall, Nuevo Terraces, and then we built it in Riverstone and in Fresno. It's also very similar to projects that have been built and recently approved within Heritage Grove as well from a land use perspective. Next slide, please. I always like to do just a quick overview of this project just to provide a little bit of color to the staff report. We can go to the next slide. as staff noted, this is not intended to be a leapfrog development. It is being processed concurrently with the proposed project that was just heard by the council with Lennar. What I do want to point out is when this hopefully eventually gets developed, we are bringing a lot of critical infrastructure to the area. Our team listened to the county and city workshop last week. We are doing a curb-to-curb build-out of Clovis Avenue. That's our condition. So that'll provide a lot of really good circulation in the area. On the other side of Clovis Avenue is the future linear Clovis Regional Park, and so rather than waiting for that to be built by the city eventually, the city will get curb-to-curb on Clovis Avenue from our development. We'll also be improving Perrin frontage and Mini Wawa frontage as well. We're working with the Flood Control District to potentially install the master storm facilities in the area to eliminate ponding basins, which are a strain on city resources, developers, and homeowners alike. Next slide, please. Regarding community highlights, we've talked a lot, or the council's talked a lot about HOAs tonight, but we do like having HOA-maintained communities. They are a watchdog for the project. The Legacy Series communities that we offer are always gated, or typically gated outside of when we did it in Riverstone, but they're usually gated. This one will be gated as well. We like to have the gated entry for two reasons. One, an enhanced sense of arrival. The gate thematics will be consistent with the Heritage Grove design guidelines. And then secondly, we really are familiar with our demographic. Like I said, we built over 800 of these homes, and you have this home buyer, it's geared to be a first-time home buyer, and they like a sense of security. We have two proposed amenity open space areas within the development. The first is a typical amenity center that we built that staff showed earlier in their presentation, and the second is the pickleball court. And then we have 37-foot wide streets, which allow for double parking on both sides. Next slide, please. When you look at the home site layout, staff noted this earlier, but the maximum density allowed was 233 units. We don't like to do our land planning through a spreadsheet, and so we thought 162 units was an appropriate amount for the area while still hitting the density requirements set forth by the general plan here. We know what our home buyers for this market like, and they want the parking spaces throughout the community. They want some backyard space. They want the gates. And so to do that, the number we came up with for the units to make all of that work was 162 lots. Next slide, please. Something that I think is really exciting about this project is the affordability. We've been a first-time home buyer oriented builder since World War II, and this is an opportunity for first-time buyers to come into Clovis. We studied the market rents of the luxury multifamily projects in the area, and we believe based on mortgage interest rates today, and the market always sets pricing, but what we're underwriting this project to be, we believe that our pricing, our mortgage payments will be very similar to what you have in rent in the area. So that that renter in the area has the opportunity to come into Clovis, enjoy the Clovis way of life, and become a first-time home buyer. Next slide, please. This was shown earlier, but this is the amenity center we built in Fresno, one of the amenity centers we built in Fresno. The elevation will be different. It'll match kind of those Heritage Grove design guidelines I talked about earlier, but the footprint and the floor plan will remain largely the same. We've learned with first-time home buyers that they're trying to save a little bit of money after buying their first home, and so we always put a gym in here so that if they want to drop their gym membership, save some money on their monthly payments, they can utilize our gym on site. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the pool deck. The pool is very popular in the summertime, and along with the large deck. We like to have this outdoor living concept that'll be built as well with this project. It allows for people to have birthday parties, 4th of July parties, stuff like that during the summertime. We haven't built one of these amenity centers during the work from home rise in popularity, but we'll do a HOA-sponsored Wi-Fi here so that if you have someone using the home office or their home as an office on a nice day, they can come out here and get some sunshine and work. Next slide, please. And then this was talked about earlier. This is not a rendering, but we are doing a pickleball court proposal for the other entrance. It'll be pickleball with landscaping around it, grass area so you can walk your dog. Families can come, take turns watching kids playing pickleball, place to gather. With our amenities, we really like to promote a social aspect within the community. Next slide, please. This is the entrance to Nuevo Terraces behind the Sierra Vista Mall. The footprint of the gates will remain largely the same, but the design architecture will be updated for this specific location. We sell to a lot of nurses, and they work night shifts at community hospital. When they come home, they like to see the gate closed behind them. Teachers are the same way. So that's something that our home buyers value. Young families, kids in the area, parents want to know that they're safe going to the amenity center and so forth. Next slide. These are our elevations. You can flip through them, but we are doing a 20-foot wide garage. Some of our previous projects with this product line did not have a 20-foot wide garage, and we realized we needed to make that garage more functional for 2 cars. And so that's a 20-foot wide garage that you'll have here. You know, what you get with us is a local home builder. Our name's on the product. We spend a lot in our elevations. We invest a lot in them. We have an architecture firm based out of Newport Beach that designs all of our house products, and they win a lot of awards at the National Home Building Show and so forth. You'll see shutters on our elevations, stone, decorative hardware on the garage doors, and so on. So we really want to break that street scene up. 3 different types of elevations will be offered. One of these elevations will be swapped out to something more craftsman or farmhouse, so it's not as much stucco. But that's our project, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue to be a Clovis home builder, and look forward to potentially offering first-time home buyers an opportunity to move into Clovis. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council.
Just a question, I guess I did have a question, sorry. What is the impact of the continuing on the item before you? I wish I'd known that, I think, and know that, obviously, but what impact does that have on you all?
I can't speak to all of it. I defer to staff, but we are on the same annexation, so I'm stalled out as well, unfortunately.
Wish I would have known that, but I mean, I would have still not wanted the project, but I probably would have figured out a way, because that's unfortunate. So I guess if you guys can be friends with Lennar quickly and work together and bring this back like in a week or so, it could be great. Because that was an unintended consequence of that.
I understand. If we could, using the term we, yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah, if we could, work with Lennar quickly.
This is like the internet, nothing ever goes away, but I'm just saying, that's an unintended consequence that I was unaware of.
I understand, but if you
sorry.
could work with Lennar quickly, I would appreciate it. Because we are contingent on that.
And I think what I want to say, and this is respectfully to Lennar, this project is, I think you got all the things that mattered. So it doesn't all look the same. It's actually livable. These are serious amenities. I don't think I've seen a pool in a community in a very long time. So anyway, respectfully to Lennar, but I think this is a good illustration of you could have built 233, went with 162. So I just think you've got all this in a really nice package that will make a livable neighborhood. Nuevo Terrace is, I don't live far from Service Mall. It's quite nice, and it's aging well. It's not that old, but it's aging pretty well. And there's some neighborhoods that I've commented over the years, particularly in the southeast, that haven't aged well, and they're not more than 5 or 6 years old. And I think that's my worry that I think about. So anyway, I just want to commend you on this work. I think it's really a well done project. I appreciate the infrastructure improvements as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any other comments or no questions for the applicant? Okay, we have.
I'll make a motion to approve, to adopt the environmental finding of a mitigated negative deck and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for tentative track map 6467 and PDP 2024-003.
Second. Okay, we have motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Make a motion to approve track map 6467, vesting tentative track map for 162 lots, single-family plan residential development.
Second. Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
And
any
finally,
opposed?
plan development permit, did I forget that already? PDP 2024-003, resolution to approve a plan development permit for 162 lot, single-family residential development.
Second. Okay, motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0 as well.
Sorry you had to wait till 9:43.
Thank you. And I guess on a procedural question, Scott, we could not have approved E on the previous because there was no track map. Is that how it goes? Or could a annexation proceed without a track map? I get that.
It couldn't proceed without a approved track map, and we couldn't take half of it.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't submit the annexation, especially with this one going above or below. Yeah, it would all be one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you. All right. Now we'll move to city manager comments.
This is my last meeting. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm estimating that, this is probably the last meeting. I'm estimating over 30 years. I've been to 1,000 council meetings, so it's a lot of meetings. It's going to be a big change in my life, from a structured life to something less structured. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for the Navy captain. Well, Navy beat Army on Saturday, so I was just thinking out loud.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bessinger. Councilmember Basco.
Okay, ready for this one? Thank you, John. I appreciate everything and wish you the best. Now, with that said, I know we talked about going to Tuesdays.
I didn't set him up.
But I didn't realize the impact it had on others and their staffing and the outreach from citizens wanting to keep it on Mondays. So I would recommend going back and just leaving it as is. But I also know that, that we would have to bring that back and vote again and do all that kind of stuff. So anyway, just whatever the pleasure is on that type of thing. I know I have talked to some staff members and they were like, okay, yeah, they're good with that. But anyway.
So you're looking for consensus to bring it back, or at least 3. Yes. I think you have that. No.
Well, I would just say, I've also heard from staff, and I've also heard from Clovis Unified, who say if they ever want to see their kids do a single soccer game, play, choir, they're going to not see it on a Tuesday night. So, but anyway, you're not surprised that I feel that way about this.
Not at all.
I know. So I'm in favor of revisiting it because I think it's an action that didn't solve the problem of having better, not so many things on the agenda, but that's just me.
I am also in favor, so we'll see. We're going to move
3.
down. Yeah, we got 3, but
you got 3.
No, I want Tuesdays. For the same reasons as always. Mondays are just so hectic. I think the concern for staff, and then also in my professional life outside of council, it's way, way, way easier for me to handle Tuesdays, but.
Drew?
I think we should take her for a walk and then make that determination 3 months from now, but you can't count to 3, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And so there's 3 of us, so maybe for Andy, I think you set it back up.
Consensus to bring back the item.
Yeah.
We'll do so in January before it gets implemented.
Okay. Works. Thank you. Okay, Lynn?
That's all I got.
Okay. Lynn?
To report, I attended FCTA on the 11th, and the only action of note is there was an amendment, or there will be an amendment to Measure C to establish a safe routes to school funding. You reported on that was going to happen, and FCTA took that action. And then FCTA also passed, I want to say I forgot. $1.7 million to set aside to fund things in support of the Measure C renewal, facilitator and whatnot. So the FCTA took action on that. That's all.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I know it's crazy because it's like almost here. So, but yeah, I hope everyone enjoys the holidays in the next couple of weeks and ready to get back to work in 2025. Hopefully on Tuesdays.
Okay, and I don't have anything. So we'll move now to closed session. Okay, so anyone here to comment on the closed session item? We don't know what it is. Okay, none. Are we gonna be reporting out potentially, Scott?
We're not requesting any action, and I do need to add for the record, Mayor, just there is one exception under the Brown Act in this instance. I need to identify what the matter is in this instance, and this involves BIA's council's letter dated October 23rd, 2024, to the city of Clovis regarding the water major facilities fee dispute.
Okay, all right. So with that, I'm going to ask, is there anyone in the public here to speak on that specific item in closed session? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn into closed session.